put her up to page 1 again.
Okay, okay.
Okay. All right, everybody got it, so we should be able to start now.
You are set. We are live on YouTube and recording to the cloud. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see.
Hello? Uh-oh.
Who was that?
I mean, EJ,
Oh.
hold on a second.
Oh, no, we're Maria and George Amiral. We were trying to get on, but we were having a hard time, but now I lost your actually camera people of the cameras. What
Well, we have
happened?
4 pages of people, so
Oh,
you
okay.
might be moved along, and only the people that talk will, sing.
Okay.
I'm looking for you. Where are you, George and who?
Yes, George and Maria Amiral.
Oh, I'm sure you're here. I'm not finding you, but I'm sure you're here. Let me look.
Okay.
Are you
so
under Dante? Are you with Dante?
Oh, Dante. Yeah, Dante's my son. Yeah, but he's not here. So he's on the Zoom meeting also.
Oh, okay. So it's someone
in-
else. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
but it's
here.
my son, but he's somewhere else.
Okay, well, I don't have anybody in the waiting room, so everybody is here somewhere. So I guess we can go.
All right, we're gonna
Right.
start.
So
let's start.
we have audio, but we don't have any video. Does that matter? No? Doesn't
No,
matter.
No.
right?
we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
But mute
Joanne,
yourself for now, okay? Because we need to start everything.
okay.
Okay.
everybody except commission members, please mute. Joanne, Tommy and E. James trying to get on. Jennifer is going to send him a link.
Okay,
And then she's going to be dealing with that in the background. I'll start.
I'm
the
watching
meeting.
it. I'm watching it. I see, let's see, where's Emil? I'm trying to let Emil Curran in, but he's not working. Okay.
Okay.
Go
I'm gonna
ahead,
run.
Ted. Yeah.
We're gonna run. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a regularly scheduled meeting of the Zoning Commission of the City of Danbury, July 23rd, 2024 at 7 o'clock p.m. Let the record show we will begin with a roll call at 7:07. Commissioner Bennett is absent for now. We're waiting on him. Commissioner Botello,
Here.
Commissioner Cabrera,
Here.
Commissioner James,
Here.
Commissioner Jowdy,
Yes, here.
Commissioner Nazario.
Present.
Commissioner Nejame is trying to get in. He's absent for now. Commissioner O'Neill.
Here.
Commissioner Harrison is absent. Commissioner Simone is
He's
absent.
absent.
Commissioner Villacrest.
Present.
Present. Um,
Who's ringing? Please mute yourself.
Commissioner Villacrest, for now, I'm gonna seat you for Nejame. All right,
Okay. Alexis for,
yeah. And when he comes in,
Right,
we'll
okay.
we'll seat him as a regular.
right. He's not,
Uh,
I'm watching. He's not in the waiting room.
The next regular meeting is scheduled for August 13th, 2024. We can all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Where are we standing?
I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag
the flag of the United
United
States of America and to the republic
for
which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Commission members, we do not have the June 25th minutes completed yet, so we're going to pass on that. There are no minutes yet for June 25. Let me read the legal notice. The legal notice is hereby given to the Zoning Commission of the City of Danbury. We'll hold a public hearing commencing at 7 o'clock p.m. on Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024, in a web-based meeting hosted on Zoom to consider the following matter. Petition of Attorney Neil Marcus, agent for Xavier and Alina Gomez, to add section 4G6C to the zoning regulations, in parentheses, add poultry as household pets as an accessory use to the residential zones. Copy of this application is on file in the town clerk's and planning and zoning offices for public inspection. Parties and interests and citizens shall have opportunity to be heard at this time. The agenda will be posted on the city website and will include instructions on how to access the Zoom meeting and view the meeting in real time on YouTube. Theodore J. Haddad Jr., Chairman, posted on the city website and town clerk's office on July 3rd, 2024. Published in the News Times on July 12th, 2024 and July 19th, 2024, purchase order 2024-8. Additionally, filed in the town clerk's office on July 18th, 2024, 5:27 p.m. was this agenda. Check, 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 check. Instructions. Virtual meeting and introduction. This meeting of the Danbury Zoning Commission is being held on Zoom as a virtual meeting. Even though this meeting is a virtual meeting, members of the public and interested parties continue to have the opportunity to participate in the meeting in a couple of different ways. You can participate via Zoom and see the audio and video, or you can call in by phone and participate via audio only. Please be aware that we may have to mute your microphone or telephone to avoid an echo or some other background noise. This is also being streamed live via YouTube. Instructions on how to participate in the meeting appear in the City of Danbury website, and all of the documents and materials that apply to the matters to be discussed during this meeting, including the agenda, are also available on the City of Danbury website. As always, if you have any questions, please contact the City of Danbury Planning and Zoning Department. As a reminder, the entire meeting will be posted on and can be seen on the City of Danbury website. We will follow the posted agenda as per standard practice. If prior to the meeting, any questions or comments on agenda items were submitted via email to Ms. Jennifer Eminger, those comments will be read during the appropriate portion of the meeting. Finally, please remember that technology glitches sometimes do occur. Please be patient if that happens.
Hello?
Is that you, Bruce?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll change that. Bruce is here, Ted.
Let the record show that Bruce Bennett is here. We're still working
I am
on.
here.
You got you.
Here it is. I'll
We're
rename
still-
him
We're
and
still
we'll move
working
him
on
up.
timing, EJ.
Yeah, he hasn't shown yet.
He's looking for instructions on how to get on. I'm trying to find Bruce Bennett. Bruce, do you have your
I'm
name?
moving him. Hang on. I'm moving him up.
Does he have his name on his
I just put it there, so just give it a minute. I'm getting him up here. Okay, so he's on my page 2.
okay, he's on my page 5. I'm bringing him to my page
Okay.
1. Okay, and I'm putting him right there. All right.
Put me right there.
Technology.
Long-
Pluses and minuses, I suppose. Okay, for the public, people that are new, people that have been here before, let me tell you the rule. We have a public hearing tonight, as most of you are here for that. We run it as we always have run it. The petitioner is going to speak. I will then ask for those in favor of the petition to speak. There is no time limit. You could speak for as long as you like. All I ask is you don't repeat yourself and you stay on topic. In other words, speak to the petition. That's the law. That's how we run it. Okay? You can repeat something that somebody in front of you said. Just try not to repeat yourself.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nejam
Yes.
just joined.
Excellent. For the record, Mr. Nejam is here. Mr. Nejam, I'm sitting you as a regular member this evening. When I'm done speaking, I'll find you and bring you to page 1.
Thank you, Teddy.
Oh, there you go. Great. When we're done listening to those in opposition, everyone that speaks in favor can get questions from commission members only. We will then move to those wishing to speak in opposition. Opposition will speak. There's no time limit. Same rules apply. Speak for as long as you like. All I ask is you don't repeat yourself and you stay on topic. You may also get questions fielded to you from the commission members. We will then ask the petitioner's attorney to then sum up their final comments. I will go to the staff for final rebuttal. We have a couple additional members of the staff here this evening in various departments. They'll be introduced later. If you would just give me 1 second, I want to move Commissioner Nejam. When I find him, I found him. Great. Moving right along. Commissioner Nejam, welcome to page 1. Okay. The first petition this evening is a petition from attorney Neil Marcus. Oh, no, let's just talk about the one that's been withdrawn. If there's anybody here that's here for O'Connor Management, that has been withdrawn. The petition of attorney Neil Marcus for O'Connor Management, LLC, to add section 6A2A6 of the zoning regulations has been withdrawn. The first public hearing this evening is a petition of attorney Neil Marcus, agent for Xavier and Alita Gomez, to add section 4G6C to the zoning regulations. Add poultry as household pets as an accessory use to the residential zones. let me read the planning commission recommendation. Planning Commission recommendation dated July 18, 2024 to Theodore J. Haddad Jr., Chairman, Danbury Zoning Commission, from Arnold E. Finaldi Jr., Chairman, Danbury Planning Commission, regarding this petition, the Gomez petition. At the web-based Zoom meeting held on July 17, 2024, the City of Danbury Planning Commission voted to give the above referenced petition a negative recommendation for the following reasons. Number one, this does not comply with the land use and environmental resources section of the Plan of Conservation and Development, which emphasizes the importance of safeguarding the city's environmental assets. The proposed amendment does not take into account site suitability factors such as steep slopes, the potential impact on site and off-site septic systems, wells, surface water, wetlands, soil characteristics, and surface water runoff, and therefore could lead to significant negative effects on the health and functionality of the city's environmental resources. Number two, additionally, this amendment raises many concerns as outlined in both the Planning Department staff report and the letter from the Director of Health. The motion to give this a negative recommendation was made by Mrs. Hofstadter, seconded by Mr. Sylvain, and passed unanimously by voice vote with 5 ayes from Mr. Chiocchio, Mr. Haas, Mrs. Hofstadter, Mr. Sylvain, and Chairman Finaldi. Commission members, let me remind you, and for the public, with a negative recommendation from planning, in order for the zoning commission to approve the petition tonight, it has to be approved by supermajority, which is 6 votes. It's not a simple majority, it would be a supermajority, so 6 votes to approve the petition tonight. The second report I have tonight is 8.3B, recommendation from Westcog. We request Westcog, attached, please find a copy of the above referenced petition for an amendment to the City of Danbury zoning regulations pursuant to Section 8.3B of the Connecticut General Statutes of the Zoning Commission of the City of Danbury, hereby request a recommendation. Their response is dated May 24, 2024, 11:38 a.m. The opinion of the Westcog staff is that this proposal is of local interest and with minimal intermunicipal impact. Therefore, it is not being forwarded to adjacent municipalities, and the regional staff is making no comment. Oh, right now, let me see if I have anything else here. I do, but I'm going to turn to Ms. Eminger. Ms. Eminger, can you please go over your staff report for us? And I think you have additional documents and there's additional staff members that you would introduce. So, Ms. Eminger, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Jennifer Eminger, Deputy Planning Director. You have a copy of my staff report dated July 16th, 2024. We have received a petition from Attorney Neil Marcus to add section 4G6C to the zoning regulations, poultry as pets. The proposed amendment to section 4G6 would allow poultry as household pets in the RA 8, 20, 40, and 80 zoning districts. The reasons given by the petitioner as to why this petition should be granted are provided in the application submitted by Attorney Marcus. Comments relative to the reasons so expressed, as well as on the proposed language of the petition, are provided below, which I will go through with the Zoning Commission tonight. With respect to background, pursuant to 4G6A, the keeping of livestock and poultry shall not be permitted except in a farm in zoning districts where farming is specifically allowed as a use. Farms require a special exception approval and can only be located in the RA 80 zoning district with a minimum of 5 acres. A farm is defined as a tract of 5 acres or more used for agriculture, forestry, nursery or truck gardening, or for the raising of animals for laboratory use or for fur. As per section 4A5F, all poultry, including pigeons, shall be kept within a building or fenced enclosure, and a maximum of 250 chickens may be kept on any lot. Furthermore, the section also includes a provision for the keeping of horses or other equines as household pets only in the RA 80 zone. So, what I'm gonna go through next is, the language is outlined in bold and underlined, and my staff comments follow. Again, our comments are based on the text submitted with the petition. So 4G6, use regulations, accessory uses. This is the new text proposed, poultry as household pets. The keeping of chickens as household pets shall be permitted only in the RA 8, 20, 40, 80 zone, subject to the following provisions. The proposed subsection, poultry as household pets, is a direct conflict with section 4G6A, which only permits the keeping of livestock and poultry as part of a farm. The text of the zoning regulations cannot regulate one way and then allow it in a different context in another subsection. This should be avoided. The proposed text amendment also does not provide provisions, restrictions for other varieties of poultry. The term poultry is defined as follows, and I included 3 references: the Connecticut General Statutes, the USDA, and the CDC. And generally, they're defined as, and I'll pick the first one, Connecticut General Statutes, any species of domestic fowl, including, but not limited to, chickens, turkeys, ostriches, emus, rheas, cassowaries, waterfowl, and game birds raised for food production, breeding, exhibition, or sale. The USDA considers poultry to be any domesticated bird used for food, with varieties that include chicken, turkey, goose, duck, rock Cornish hens, pheasant, squab, guinea fowl, ostrich, emu, and rhea. The CDC, their definition, any domesticated bird often kept for producing eggs or meat, such as chickens, ducks, geese, guinea fowl, and turkeys. So based on the above, it's very clear that poultry is a very broad term and includes more than just chickens. It begs the question as to why the petitioner only provided restrictions relative to chickens and no other species of poultry. As interpreted by our zoning enforcement officer, other varieties of poultry would be allowed without any restrictions controlled, including birds such as turkeys, ostriches, and emus. Again, the text only restricts chickens. Doesn't make any other mention of poultry, except it's allowed poultry as pets as part of that subcategory. Number 1, a maximum of 16 chickens per acre. This is the text proposed. Again, just to clarify, a maximum of 16 chickens per acre are allowed in the RA 40 and 80, and a maximum of 12 per lot in the RA 8 and 20 zones. Our comment, the minimum lot area for the RA 80 is 80,000 square feet, RA 40 is 40,000, RA 20, 20,000, RA 8 is 8,000. The amount of chickens permitted on a property in the RA 80 and 40 zones are commensurate with the total available lot area. Generally, the zones, again, 2 acre, 1 acre, half acre, quarter acre. However, a true acre is 43,560 square feet. So a property can be in the RA 40 zone and not meet the 1 acre requirement. The commissions must determine if the limitation is appropriate. A blanket allowance of 12 chickens per lot in the RA 8 and 20 zoning districts without considering the actual size of the lot is problematic, as it does not consider undersized lots and those lots with non-conforming uses. Such a requirement with no minimum lot area is not recommended. Number 2, the proposed text. The chicken coop must meet the following requirements. So again, the way I handled the review of the petition is I took these requirement by requirement, line by line. So that's why you'll see my comments after the bolded and underlined text. That's the proposed text amendment. Letter A, the chicken coop must be located no closer than 20 feet to any side or rear property line and must be located behind the front building facade of the primary residence. This restriction is necessary. The department queries if 20 feet is sufficient distance to protect adjacent properties. especially in the RA8 and 20 zones where the parcels are much smaller and the neighborhoods are generally denser. The commissions may wish to consider if further setback limitations are warranted to ensure there is adequate distance from adjacent properties. Letter B, the maximum height of the chicken coop shall be 8 feet. The department has no objection to placing restriction on the heights. 8 feet appears reasonable as consistent with industry standards. Letter C, the maximum size of the chicken coop shall be 96 square feet. Again, the department has no objection to limiting the maximum size of the coop, although one wonders if a 96 square foot coop is adequate for those instances. Sorry, I'm hearing voices. Can everyone please mute themselves, please? Thank you.
Please, everyone mute. Thank you.
Thank you. One wonders if a 96 square foot coop is adequate for those instances where more than 16 chickens would be permitted on lots greater than 2 acres. Information provided by the Cornell Cooperative Extension and the North Carolina State Cooperative Extension indicate that a minimum of 2.5 to 3.5 square feet per chicken is required for a coop. Letter D, the chicken coop must be screened along the boundary of adjacent property owners by a fence or planted strip. Staff comments.
This meeting is being recorded.
Sorry, just waiting. This requirement is vague and fails to provide details as to the type and height of the fence, nor does it provide details relative to the type of plantings, size at the time of planting, and the width of the planted strip. The commission should keep in mind that a fence or screen does not eliminate the known nuisance issues, which include the associated noise, odors, dust, and attraction of rodents. Letter E, each chicken coop must contain at least 3 square feet per chicken occupant. As noted above, there are industry standards for the amount of coop area required. The commission must determine if 3 square feet is sufficient for a healthy flock. Letter F, chicken coops shall be roofed, stationary, secure, and enclosed in a way to contain the chickens. The department has no objection to this requirement. Letter G, if an outside run-in is provided, it shall be enclosed in a manner to contain the chickens. This text only applies if an outside run-in or a chicken run is provided. It fails to actually require an outside chicken run, nor does it provide the minimum area to be provided. The coop is a structure that contains the nesting boxes and the roosts, which allow the chickens to seek shelter. The outside run is a defined area located outside of the coop and is usually a fenced-in space that allows chickens in an area to dust bathe and forage. If a run is not required, nor provided, the chickens would be allowed to free range, which can result in numerous nuisance complaints as the chickens are left to roam the immediate neighborhood. This requirement also does not provide a minimum outside fenced area. Chickens require a minimum outdoor area to ensure the flock remains healthy. Lastly, as there is no requirement that the run be part of the coop structure, there are no setback or screening requirements resulting in the possible location of the chicken run in close proximity to property lines. Again, this can result in numerous nuisance, health, and environmental complaints, especially in the denser RA8 and 20 neighborhoods. Number 3, chickens shall be kept for personal use only. Selling chickens, chicken manure, the breeding of chickens for commercial purposes is prohibited. Staff has no objection. Number 4, staff also does not object to, which is chickens may not be slaughtered on premises. Number 5, disposal of waste materials, which includes feed, manure, and litter, shall be in an environmentally responsible manner. that the materials can be composted or bagged and disposed of as of trash. Storing waste materials on the property for more than 7 days is prohibited. Proper waste management regulations are crucial to ensure generated waste is managed in a manner that does not cause a nuisance or harm the environment. The proposed text is vague, fails to acknowledge what in an environmentally responsible manner means. The department questions the allowance of composting the waste generated by feed, manure, and litter with no additional requirements, as this can bring a whole host of nuisance issues, including odor, flies, groundwater contamination, and rodents. The failure to provide specific litter and disposal management requirements, which includes the manner of disposal and the size and location of the compost area, is problematic for the reasons noted, especially in the RA 8 and 20 zoned properties. Again, where these properties may not be large enough or suitable to accommodate the coop, the run, and the compost area. The proposed text amendment allows for the storage of waste up to 7 days. However, the manner in which it is to be stored is not provided. The odor emanating from chicken manure and the presence of flies is a recognized nuisance. The odor emanating from chicken manure and the presence of is a recognized nuisance. The failure to require a manure management plan, the lack of controls with respect to the location of manure storage, and the length of time allowed to be stored on the property are concerns for the department and can prove to be significant nuisance issues for any property in the RA zoning district. The existing regulations as it pertains to the keeping of horses as pets does not allow the storage of manure. It begs the question, if manure is not allowed to be stored on property where horses are kept as pets, then why should the storage of waste materials, which includes manure, be permitted for the keeping of chickens as pets? Number 6, there should be no more than 1 chicken coop per property. The department does not object to this limitation. Number 7, chicken coops in outdoor areas must be properly maintained and cleaned for the health and safety of the flock. The department does not necessarily object, except that it does acknowledge that the control of nuisance issues and the proper controls to regulate the health and safety of the flock. Does not acknowledge the control of nuisance issues or regulate health and safety of the flock. Under general comments, Attorney Marcus noted in his petition that raising chickens as pets is permitted in nearly every town and city in Fairfield County, with Danbury being the only exception. The department conducted its own research on how municipalities in Fairfield County and beyond regulate poultry. There is no evidence that all towns and cities classify poultry as pets. Most municipalities, if not all, regulate the keeping of chickens through ordinances enforced by either the health department or via their zoning regulations. This approach differs significantly from zoning regulations that would explicitly allow poultry to be kept as pets. The regulating of urban or backyard poultry keeping is distinctly different from a zoning regulation that characterizes poultry as pets. The proposed text amendment fails to address nuisances as defined in the Connecticut General Statutes, which I will not read. They're provided. The department is in receipt of a letter dated July 16th from Fernanda Carvalho, Director of Health, detailing health, environmental, and nuisance concerns related to the proposed text amendment. Her letter is attached to my staff report. A chicken coop and a run could potentially cause significant damage to yards, leading to soil degradation, the formation of hard pan soil, and possible groundwater contamination. The presence of chickens and their waste increases phosphates and salts in surrounding soils, contributing to unhealthy soil conditions and the formation of hard pan, which reduces absorption capacity, increases runoff rates, especially during heavy rainfall events. This runoff, which includes waste from the outdoor chicken run, could potentially affect the potability of private wells, the proper functioning of septic systems, and result in negative impacts to wetlands and watercourses, as highlighted in Ms. Carvalho's letter. These issues are magnified and place an unfair burden on neighboring properties when the coop is permitted within 20 feet of the property line and there are no restrictions on the location of the chicken run. The department questions how such scenarios protect public health, welfare, and safety. The text amendment as written does not restrict roosters. Many of the complaints that the city receives are in part related to roosters. The commissions must determine whether the absence of controls requirements regarding the keeping of roosters aligns with the best interest of the city and fulfills the purpose and intent of the RA zoning district. The department has observed that in most municipalities studied, roosters are generally prohibited and considered a nuisance. As per section 4A1 of the zoning regulations, the purpose and intent of the residential districts is to protect residential areas from changes and intrusions which may cause deterioration, to promote environmental protection, and to meet minimum standards of health, safety by protecting against hazards and nuisances, to provide for adequate daylight, ventilation, quiet, privacy, and recreational opportunity. The commissions must consider if the proposed text amendment promotes the purpose and intent of section 4A1. Compliance with the POCD, which is the Plan of Conservation and Development. The commissions may reasonably conclude that this amendment has wide application within the residential zoning districts, and as a result is not orderly or rational to allow a change that would permit any variety of poultry as a household pet. So I did a little research today, just a quick research. We have over 25,000 properties that are RA zoned parcels. And right now we have approximately 125 parcels that are located in the RA 80 zone that are over 5 acres that would permit farming. So you go from 125 to affecting approximately 25,000 parcels. The land use and environmental resources section of the POCD emphasizes the importance of safeguarding the city's environmental assets. This section outlines various strategies to protect soils, wetlands, watercourses, and other sensitive areas. However, the proposed text amendment does not take into account site suitability factors, such as steep slopes, the potential impact on on-site and off-site septic systems, wells, surface water, wetlands, soil characteristics, and surface water runoff. Neglecting to assess a site's suitability for the keeping of poultry in all RA districts, zoning districts, could lead to significant negative effects on the health and functionality of the city's environmental resources. In conclusion, the department expresses serious concerns regarding the proposed text amendments focused solely on regulating chickens without considering other varieties of poultry. This approach is deemed risky as poultry encompasses a range of species beyond chickens. Permitting poultry as pets with restrictions applicable only to chickens could lead to unintended negative impacts across all RA zoning districts, posing potential risks to public health, welfare, and safety. The proposed text amendment requires further clarity and stricter controls to effectively address the health, environmental, and nuisance issues outlined above. Health risks include the potential transmission of diseases between chickens and humans. Environmental concerns encompass threats such as wetland damage. ground and surface water pollution, and soil degradation. Identified nuisances involve problems such as odor, flies, noise disturbances, and rodent infestations. Furthermore, additional controls are required to specifically address.
Please mute your microphones, please. Go ahead, Ms. Eminger.
Thank you. I lost my spot. Furthermore, additional controls are required to specifically address site suitability.
I can't see where it's coming from.
I know, I can't either. They're identified as iPhone.
Oh,
Can't somebody, powers that be, mute everybody except for one person? Then this won't
Okay.
happen?
You're saying it's an iPhone? I'll go to the last page and look. I've been checking every page while you're
It's
talking.
okay, Joe. I'm gonna continue.
Go ahead.
Furthermore, additional controls are required to specifically address site suitability aimed at protecting soil and water quality, on-site sewage disposal areas, wells, surface water, and impacts on neighboring properties and natural resources. While small, while small plot farming and urban backyard farming offer certain benefits, the commission must carefully weigh whether allowing poultry as pets aligns with safeguarding public health, safety, and welfare, as well as fulfilling the purpose and intent of residential zoning districts. This is not a one-size-fits-all type of regulation. What's allowed or not allowed in other towns doesn't necessarily translate to Danbury, which is an urban community with pockets of rural areas. So with that, I'm available for any questions. I also have two city officials here with me tonight, Ms. Fernanda Carvala, who's the Director of Public Health, and Sean Harity, who is the zoning, the zoning enforcement officer. And they are available for questions that the commission may have.
thank you. Commission
Thank you.
members, let's do it this way first. Let's see if we have any questions at this time of Ms. Eminger. As you know, she speaks in rebuttal as well, but regarding her staff report, commission members, any questions of Ms. Eminger? Commission members. Commissioner Botello.
Yes, if I could speak, I'd like to talk to the Eminger and ask her some questions. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the presentation. First question, that you talked about 25,000 RA units that are in the city. Of that 25,000, do you have any idea how many are RA8 and RA20, which seem to be the biggest problem with, because you're now talking about smaller lots that are going to be intertwined with the RMF zones, which would be inner city. And my next question, in addition to that, would be, would they even be able to comply with what your restrictions are as far as the run, the distance, and everything else that would be needed to be able to put a chicken coop?
Ms. Eminger.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do not have those specific numbers. It was not possible to do that query on our GIS system. I can't necessarily speak to site suitability, but if you take into account the requirement of a 20-foot distance off the property line for the coop, you know, they could possibly comply with that in the RA8 and RA20.
But the RA8 is 8,000 square feet that you're talking about.
Correct. Which again addresses, you know, one of the issues that staff has in that in an RA8 property, again, you're allowing, is it 12 chickens per lot? So you could have an undersized lot, and when you add the house, the driveway, the garage, the shed, you know, it doesn't leave much room for the chicken coop, the chicken run, the storage area for the chicken feed, litter, and manure.
But typically in the RH, you can have some 50-foot and 100-foot wide lots, which that's concerning to me. But I wanted to just verify that with you.
Correct.
And that's basically all I had at this point. I'm sure there'll be other questions as we go on. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission members, anything else of Ms. Eminger at this time? Okay, Ms. Eminger, I'd like if we can we have a report here from Ms. Carvalho. Can you introduce her in and then let me call on her so she can, if she wants to read this in full or if she wants to skim over to just give a summary?
Sure. I'm not sure where she is on.
Oh, I got her. Oh, she's on.
Yes, I know she's on. I just don't know where she's at.
Oh,
But
okay.
we do have a letter from Ms. Carvalho, and I think she's prepared to highlight some of her letter, and then she's available for questions from the commission members.
Excellent. Ms. Carvalho, go ahead, introduce yourself and thank you for your letter. Why don't you take over the floor?
Good evening, everyone. Fernanda Carvalho, I'm the Director of Health for the City of Danbury Health and Human Services Department. Thank you for having me here this evening. I did write a letter addressed to Ms. Eminger dated July 16th, 2024, regarding the proposed amendment to the zoning regulations, poultry as household pets. I did outline in my letter several concerns from a public health standpoint that the proposed amendment stated, some of which has to do with the separation distances from septic systems and wells in properties, especially for the properties who are smaller in size. The possible contamination of well water for those who are on private wells. The potential of household flock being exposed to household sewage is another concern. We in Danbury have had issues with illegal sale of chickens and other food sources throughout the city. This would certainly not help the current situation that we're going through right now. Another concern on here too is just the foodborne and waterborne diseases such as Campylobacter, Salmonella, and E. coli. Another concern that we do have from a public health perspective is chicken wastes and how it's going to be composted and used, and the attraction of pests, rodents, and insects, and the public health nuisance component of it. Contamination, obviously, of water supplies, wetlands, and water courses are a major concern for us, but also stormwater runoff concerns with chicken waste is a concern. I'm happy to, everyone in the commission has a copy of the letter. I'm happy to address any questions from the members.
Yes, Ms. Carvalho, thank you for the letter. It was received early and it was made public record and is part of the documents that everyone did receive, the commission members and the public. Thank you for that. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Carvalho at this time, commission members? Commission members, anything of Ms. Carvalho? Ms. Carvalho, thank you very much. Additionally, Ms. Eminger, we have Sean Harity here, zoning enforcement officer. Mr. Harity, are you available to give us any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, commission members. Just basically, I look at things from an enforcement aspect. How am I going to enforce new regulations that you guys adopt, which is, and again, I appreciate the Gomez is coming through the proper venue, and going through the zoning commission to look for their amendment. But I look at conditions and staffing and how I can answer complaints that may come in because of somebody abiding by these rules and how I would investigate that. And a lot of these things obviously would be problematic as far as, are you selling chickens? Are you eating chickens? Are you, commercially doing something? The investigation aspect to it. So basically looking at it, the poultry as household pets, as Jennifer stated, is an issue. It's a broad term. The maximum of 16 chickens, 12 chickens per lot. Counting these guys, I mean, they're pretty quick. So the whole idea is me to get out there and actually be able to enforce the number and the limit on it based on your square footage and your coop size, again, is a bit problematic for our staff. Chickens must meet the following requirements. you know, the coop locations, a lot of these coops that we're seeing that are on wheels, and they move them around to different parts of the yard based on fertilizing. I'm not too sure, but something that doesn't have a fixed location grinds down to me the permits. So I don't permit any structures that aren't fixed to a location. So that would be a gray area for the coops. I don't see many permits requirements tied to this. The permit requirement would allow us to look into this, you know, into more detail than we see here with the proposal. Like I said, the accessory structure itself as a coop, how do we regulate that? The size of the chicken coop, that's, you know, that's easy to determine. Boundary screening is another issue. If it's roofed, again, that would be a structure, but if it's movable, that goes into another gray area. The runs, I mean, a lot of them are free-range chickens, and they're really tough to track. And we have a lot of complaints regarding people that buy homes, and next door, all of a sudden, chickens appear, and that's not what they signed on for. Now they're living next to a quasi farm. Instead of having their residential enjoyment, they're actually getting impact now from there's noisy, there's no mention of roosters. I'd say 90% of our referrals are because of roosters. Obviously they make a lot of noise and they attract our attention. Chickens for personal use only. Again, how am I going to know that is what's occurring with a complaint? Not be slaughtered on the premises. We have a lot of slaughtering going on in Danbury as far as these chickens go. I have staff tied up. At least we're doing at least 4 investigations per month. I'd say 1 a week into chickens. By having this this shelf of farm, it allows us to say, you know, these are the conditions you need to meet in order to have them. By having something as accessory, you're limiting the conditions that you have to meet. So that's, again, not a good tie-in. I think this is a broad brush right now. I don't think it's as detailed as we need to look at if we had to look at something like this. Slaughtering on the premises, again, disposal of waste materials. That's another thing regarding the composting. I'm not qualified to know how do you properly get rid of chicken waste. And neither are any of the people that work for me. So it'll be an educational aspect of it, and it'll bring in other departments. So I'll be reaching out to the health department for something like this. So multiple departments will be involved in this. Clean and safety of flock. I mean, I think the intention of the applicants is to be able to keep their chickens on their lot, and I get that. But in order to do that, we're going to be sacrificing a lot of our own rules and a lot of our investigations. I can see staff time being wasted in order to enable that these chickens or these flocks would be kept properly and complying with this. For every person of a good intention, there's 10 that are trying to get around it to either make money or to sell these on some Facebook sites, as Fernanda alluded to. We're getting a lot of chicken sales and animal sales. Also, how far does it cover poultry? And I think a rooster is a chicken. I think roosters should be called out separately. So I won't go on anymore. It's a tough enforcement thing. A lot of our lots are undersized, like Jennifer mentioned. So we're going into lots that are just basic postage stamps that have chickens in the back, and we like the idea of the acreage requirement just because it opens up the spaces, and we don't have any of the all the complaints we usually get. But that's about it, Mr. Chairman, for now.
Thank you. Mr. Harity, so I was around, well, I've always been around. I've never been off this commission. I've been around for 43 years. So I was involved in the regulation where I think we said mobile homes, boats, can't be in front of the front corner of the house. They have to be behind it. You know, we have regulations for unregistered vehicles. So what you do is you don't know there's a problem until you get a complaint. So there's people right now that have chickens illegally. There's people that have illegally registered cars on their property. You don't go to all 25,000 houses and check and make sure everybody's in compliance. So the only way you know if there's a problem is if you get a call. So your you're going to get calls from neighbors because of this issue. So opening this door, I see it as you go to someone's home that's full. If this petition gets approved, you go to someone's home and you count chickens. And if somebody has 12 chickens and you leave, because now it's like taking the census, okay, of people living in a home. Now you're going to be counting chickens. So you count chickens, you count 12. 5 minutes after you leave, they go pick up another dozen. Now they got 24. You have no way of knowing that. This is, in my opinion, an enforcement nightmare on several fronts. So that's the obvious. What I want to ask you now is, what's it like in your office? You get a phone call from a neighbor and they say, I think someone at such and such address has chickens. And then you go out and you investigate it. Is that what happens?
We'll throw a broader loop than that. We play off departments pretty well in the city. So if a complaint comes in for like a car in the front yard or chickens, we actually reach out to the unit, and the unit will send an investigator out there
Okay.
to see if it's actually something that has merit. And depending on how that investigation goes is when the zoning officer would actually get involved to do a violation or
Okay. And of course, you have no way of knowing unless somebody makes a complaint. So there's a lot of illegal things that go on in town, but nobody knows until somebody makes a complaint.
Yes, sir.
Commission members, thank you, by the way. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Harity at this time? Commissioner Bennett, go ahead.
I'm reading the reasons to pass or grant the petition. And there's a line that says raising chickens as pets is allowed in most every town and city of Fairfield County, and Danbury currently stands alone as the prohibitor. Is that true?
Well, first of all, I'm going to have Ms. Eminger address that issue, but that's not true because we do have regulations. So Danbury has regulations, and it's called you got to have 5 acres and be classified as a farm. Am I correct, Ms. Eminger? Ms. Eminger, we have regulations
Yes,
now.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes, you are correct.
So for someone to say that Danbury doesn't have any regulations for chickens or for poultry is incorrect. We do have regulations.
Okay.
It's just that some people don't particularly care for them, but we do have regulations. Ms. Eminger, did you want to address any of the other surrounding towns more specifically than you did, or any research that you found for Commissioner Bennett?
Sure. So we looked at all of the regulations in all of Fairfield County, and what we know to be true is that every single town regulates them differently. And I think the only town Attorney Marcus provided the zoning regulations for the town of Shelton considers poultry as pets. All the other towns regulate poultry. So whether it's, again, as I said in my staff report, through a health ordinance or through the zoning regulations, they all regulate them somehow. So, we don't stand as the lone one that, is so stringent. There are other towns that do regulate them as we do.
Okay, then I have another question.
Sure, go ahead.
Is it reasonable to restrict how many chickens can be pets? You can't have 20 chickens as pets. Dogs have licenses on their neck. How do you identify a chicken? And if I was even to consider this petition, I would want to see it restricted in the amount of chickens that I could have. 2 chickens are plenty of pets, one for my kid and one for my daughter. I can't imagine somebody, I can't imagine somebody having 20 chickens and calling them pets. I find that hard to believe. So does anybody else feel that way? Restricting the amount of chickens that somebody can have under a petition to have a chicken called as a pet?
Well, I think your question or your conversation comes more toward after listening to the petitioner make their presentation with specifics, hearing those in favor, hearing those opposed. and then having that with conversation. So there's gonna be people here that agree with you and people here to disagree, but I think they're gonna come first before we answer that question, although you can raise that question at this point.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anything else, Commissioner Bennett, at this time?
Nope, that's it for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Botello. Commissioner Botello, unmute, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Harity, I'd like some clarification. I'm looking at the general use regulations, which is 4-A-3, which says that in RA8 and RA20, the detached accessory use, which I'm saying, which I'm presenting as the chicken coop, is able to be within 6 feet of the property line. That's what it's designated for the RA8 and RA20. So is that a definite that they could put this chicken coop within 6 feet of the property line? Just want to make sure that you're agree with that, and that's the way I'm reading the regulations.
Yeah, everything's tied to use. So if you say this is a detached accessory use, yeah, it would be the 6 and 6. However, the regulation is calling it out and saying it's going to be 20-foot separating from whether it's a side yard or rear yard setback. We have these kind of changes in setbacks for farms, for if the horses as household pets. There's certain distances coops can be from a property line on a farm. So it does change a bit, but you're correct. It would be a detached accessory use, but with conditions saying a coop would be a separate use that I apply separate setbacks to. Again, without a permit being required in the amendment, it's kind of mixed up how I do it. But also, if this is a mobile coop, which happens, we kind of throw setbacks into a bit of a backseat.
But once again, looking at the minimum lot widths at 50, 50, and 50 on the R8, R20, R40, that you don't have a lot of room to put this, even if you have your 20-foot setback. So I'm trying to put my arms around how you'd be able to conceivably do this without having the neighbor having this potential nuisance right so close to their property line.
It's definitely problematic in the smaller zones, which is why usually when you look at our zoning regulations, RA8, 6 feet, RA20, RA40, RA80, it's 30-foot setbacks for a detached accessory use. So exactly, in a nutshell, you see we separate further based on the intensity.
And the way the proposal is, it could be a rooster at 6 feet away from the property line, the way it's written, because they're part of poultry.
Well,
So
that's the thing. When you talk about like chicken runs, well, the runs or they're free ranging, the rooster could be right against the wall of the fence.
all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Botello. Commissioner Botello, you all set? Just lower your hand raised, please. There you go. I saw, did Commissioner Jowdy have his hand raised? I'm looking for Commissioner, he dropped off to page 5. Commissioner Jowdy, did you have your hand raised at all? No. Commission members, anything else at this time? So I do want to go back to Ms. Eminger. I think she has a couple more comments and a couple letters. Ms. Eminger, you're on mute. You're on mute. There you go.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. So I just wanted for a point of reference. We received when the agenda went out over the weekend, and I'm obligated to report this. So when the agenda went out over the weekend, we had Commission member Bruce Bennett email, and again, I'm going to read these because they need to be read in for the record because they're correspondence. His email came in on July 20th. Which said, is there something special about this meeting? ... I will be attending, Bruce. So we then received a response to that, and these are reply to alls from Commission member Jennifer O'Neill that stated, I believe the Women's Council Realtors posted for people to attend. I think there is a lot of opinion about poultry, and Joanne noted the letters in already, and we would go late. So I expect a lot of Danburyans will be speaking up that night, period. again, I just want a full disclosure that we received, that we had two email correspondence from commission members. So that's all I have.
Yes.
Thank you.
If I could, please, I apologize, Ms. Amster. To be more specific, Ms. Reed sent out the agenda on Friday, July 19th, 2024, 11:30 PM. And Commissioner Bennett had asked, because she mentioned, please let us know, this is an important meeting, who's going to be here, who's not going to be here, which is basically standard, who's coming and who's not going to be coming. That next morning, Commissioner Bennett hit reply all by asking, is there something special about this meeting, rather than replying to Ms. Reed. And that's why this is now a public email. And then Ms. O'Neill was answering the question shortly thereafter on the 20th, an hour and a half, it looks like 2 hours later. So instead of hitting the reply button to Ms. Reed, reply all was hit, and now it became public disclosure, so we have it out there. Ms. Eminger, anything else at this moment? Or I was correct in that?
Yes, you
summary?
are.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just reserve the right to rebut at the end of presentations.
Absolutely. So commissioners, before I go to the petitioner, are there any other questions, commission members at this time of Mr. Harity, Ms. Carvalho, or Ms. Eminger? No. So now I'm going to go and call on Attorney Marcus, wishing to speak in favor of this petition. Attorney Marcus, you can make your presentation. And before I do, I just want to remind you, or I want to ask you, that I saw Attorney Marcus in one of the exhibits. It says 11F. There was a 2-page letter from you in there. I ran off a copy in case you don't have it, but I was just wondering if you could just address that, because it was in that letters in favor received by 5 PM on 7/18/24. I think was in that packet. But I assume you're going to be reading that in as well, right?
Is that July 22nd that you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Beautiful. Great. All right. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, members of the commission, members of the public. My name is Neil Marcus. I'm a member of the firm.
Attorney Marcus, you hit mute. Please start from the beginning. You're on mute.
Dear,
There you go. You're good now.
I can't put this down next to my mouse.
No.
Anyway, so start to say, Neil Marcus, Donor Wolf PC, 158 Deer Hill Avenue in Danbury, here on behalf of the property owners who are the applicants. Though I'm the applicant in name, I'm actually as their agent. And that's the Gomez's, and you will hear from them during the course of this presentation in a few minutes. So, before I had this presentation to make in an organized way, but when you hear the questions and the discussions that precede, I think I want to just clear up a couple of things. First of all, I actually want to thank Sean Harity, because if anybody gave you the reasons to have this amendment passed in some form or another, maybe not as to the letter written, he just gave you the reason. And he gave you the reason why Jennifer Eminger, in her survey of the Fairfield County towns, found that almost all of them allowed chickens other than his commercial ventures, but his home backyard type chickens with regulations. And I agree with her. The regulations vary. It's different in Westport than it is in Shelton. It's different in Darien than it is in New Canaan, Stamford. I mean, they're all different. And then the outlier actually is Richfield, our neighbor. Everybody used to think Richfield was one tough town for planning and zoning, and they have that reputation for years. But they don't regulate chickens at all. This afternoon, I had the pleasure of seeing my doctor in Richfield for a regular appointment, and he was watching me. When he came into the room, I was reading some of the material that I was going to comment on tonight. He said, "What are you doing with chickens, Neil?" And I said, "Well, Danbury is going to have a zoning hearing on chickens tonight." He said, "I love my chickens." He has chickens. I said to my doctor, who I rely on for health, I said, "Do you have any health issues with your chickens? Do you see any?" And he said, not if you keep the coop properly. He said, you have a health issue with any animal that you keep in your house if you don't keep it sanitary. And actually, it's interesting. As I listen to some of the comments, I don't know why we allow people to have dogs in the city of Danbury. Now, they do license them, but we don't have a limit on how many dogs you can have on an 8,000 square foot lot or in your apartment on Main Street. And, you know, a lot of the things just we're saying about having the proper size facility for a pet, we don't even think about one of our most popular pets, which are dogs. However, having said that, Sean's correct. To the extent we don't regulate it, you move into a property and somebody next door does something you don't want to see, and you call and you have a complaint and it's raising chickens, and it's a problem, and it takes a lot of staff time. It's aggravating for the parties that are now the two neighbors that are fighting about the issue. It would be so much better, in my mind, and so much more civilized from a zoning point of view, if we had a set of regulations that says, here's what you can do, here's the size of the lot you need. And again, I did not do this in my regulation. I gave you the bare outlines of allowing chickens in Danbury as household pets, backyard chickens. I did not intend to tell you the type of screen that you have to have, because quite honestly, if you read the zoning regulations, we use the word screening, natural or fenced, and we don't specify. We go by the application itself, either the site plan. And by the way, a chicken application in the town of New Fairfield is basically a site plan application. You got to show that your coop is so many feet from the side yard and whatever. And that regulation I did develop when we were town council. So, you know, I didn't intend for this regulation to be as specific as the actual application form that you would submit if you wanted to register your property to have chickens, as you would, for example, in Westport. But it's kind of interesting. I mean, you know, Danbury for years was always northern Fairfield County, and it wasn't quite as posh as southern Fairfield County. And they made a distinction when you got past Norwalk or past Richfield, I should say, as to the type of towns that they considered in Fairfield County. But in spite of that, all the posh towns allow people to have chickens as basically household pets or backyard coops. So it's kind of interesting. But a couple of comments before I really get into the part of this, and that is that Bruce Bennett says he can't relate to the fact that we're calling chickens pets. And I've taken a lot of grief for drawing an application, a petition that refers to chickens as pets. I mean, who in their right mind calls chickens pets? Well, the reason I did that is actually in the zoning regulations in section 4G6, which was what I was amending. When I amend a zoning regulation, I try to use the same language to the best of my ability that already exists. I don't try to rewrite the language of the zoning regulations. So it says in 4G6 sub B, horses as household pets. So I said in drafting this, well, if you can keep horses in your backyard as household pets, that's what we're talking about, chickens as household pets. So the only reason I use that term, quite honestly, is because it was already contained in our zoning regulations. For better or for worse, I didn't write the section on horses. But it's interesting, you can have horses as household pets with very few regulations at all. And we'll get to that a little later in the presentation. But to answer your question, Bruce, that's where it came from. And then, just when I thought I may have been a real idiot to refer to them as household pets, I came across this article that I submitted to all of the members of the commission. It's called Millennials' Love Affair with Pet Chickens is Big Business for a $30 billion retail chain. In America, the new companion animal is the chicken. So this article from fortune.com quotes basically the CEO of Tractor Supply. That's the $30 billion company that basically caters to chicken lovers and chicken raisers. And the CEO of this rather large entity refers to chickens as the new third pet. It's dogs, cats, and chickens. So I may be out there and, thinking that chickens are now treated as pets, but quite honestly, that's what they are. So hopefully, Bruce, you can read that article and the other ones that went with it, because they're kind of eye-opening. But the reason for this petition, put this back. Is submitted as part of the petition itself, and I call it reasons to grant the petition. So the petition eliminates the ambiguity in the Danbury zoning regulations pertaining to the housing of chickens. Chickens are not prohibited in Danbury, but you have to raise them on a farm. It would be like a commercial where you can have 250 birds on 5 acres. Now, my clients have a little over 2 acres. They're in the farming district, the RA 80, and they have, 6 or 7 chickens on 2 acres. But next door to them, the Curran property is 10 acres. So the Currans on their property could have 250 birds on their property, and that's allowed. And all of the health issues that are raised in the health director's report are not addressed at all in their 250 birds, not 6 or 7. So there are a lot of ambiguities, and there are a lot of dangerous omissions in the Danbury zoning regulations. So the first thing is the fact that we define a farm as a 5-acre tract for agriculture, nursery, et cetera, or raising animals for laboratory use or for fur. So basically, I can raise chickens on a farm as lab animals. I'm not sure why I would, but in Danbury, that's what farming is. It's raising animals for laboratory use. It's a very narrow definition that we use for farming, and it doesn't apply to people who actually have chickens as pets or for the purpose of cultivating fresh eggs. And between you and me, I come from dairy farmers, not chicken farmers, but there's nothing that compares with farm fresh product, whether you're talking about milk or whether you're talking about eggs. So chickens are raised for their eggs because they're healthy and they're good. So section 4A5F of the regs allows up to 250 chickens, as I say, on the 5 acres, but there's no provision at all for the average homeowner. And now back to what Sean said earlier. If you were to stop this meeting right now and all meet me down at my office on Deer Hill Avenue, and we decided to take a 15 or 20-minute walk around the neighborhood, you will find I will fathom a bet that we'd find no less than 20 properties where chickens are being raised within a half a mile of the city hall, which is across the street from my office. I mean, I know they're there. I see them. It doesn't. And again, to my own personal view, people say, well, you live in Reading, there are larger tracts of land. Well, Reading does allow chickens, and they have serious regulations, right? The Reading regulations are almost model regulations for home farming. They're great. But when I moved to Reading 50 some odd years ago, I moved in next to a guy named Wilbur Leach. And people would say, you were crazy, Neil. How could you move in next to Wilbur Leach? He ran a company called Reading Sanitation. He had garbage trucks on his property. I looked out my back porch. I could see his garbage trucks parked every night, living next to the garbage trucks. And then he raised guinea hens. Now, chickens are one thing, but guinea hens, they are noisy. And for the first few weeks that I lived there, I said, God, those things make a racket. And then in the next couple of years I lived there, I didn't notice them at all, quite honestly. They were there. They had guinea hens. So, I've got some personal experience because people always say to me, Neil, you can take this stuff and present it to us in an academic setting, but you don't have to live with the reality. But the fact is, I've lived with this reality. And actually, I grew up in a farming family, and I currently serve on the Milk Regulation Board of the Connecticut Department of Agriculture. And one of the things the Department of Agriculture does is it oversees all types of farming, horse farms, dairy farms, chicken farms, goat farms, and we're very aware of passing sanitation regulations to make sure that farming is wholesome.
Why
And,
didn't you include it in your presentation?
excuse me? Oh, why didn't I include it? I didn't write, I'm going to probably now. Thanks, Joy. I will go back if required. I'll write the health regulation. That's not a problem. I can find it in about 5 different towns. It's easy. But the purpose of this regulation was to allow the chickens, and then the department, either planning or health, would normally write the regulations. But I could do it. I'm getting criticized in the staff report and in the health report for not having done that. It's a little unusual because health regulations aren't in zoning. They really aren't. But we can do it. So the current regs treat chickens as a commercial commodity and fail to recognize that most residents in Danbury who raise chickens in violation of the prohibition are not commercial enterprises. They keep them as they do their dogs and cats as pets. And then I actually quoted for you how the importance of having backyard chickens, or the benefit of having backyard chickens, in the application itself by quoting Cheryl Long from Mother Earth News about 14 years ago. And then, as I say, back to what Chairman Haddad was asking about, on July 22nd, in anticipation of this hearing, I sent to the chairman for the commission, in connection with the above, I'll read it, in connection with the above referenced petition, a public hearing will be open on July 23, 2024. I am enclosing the following information for the record. Zoning regulations. The applicant believes that the city of Danbury is out of step with most towns and cities in the state of Connecticut with respect to its prohibition on raising chickens as household pets in what is sometimes referred to as backyard chickens. See the enclosed guidelines for urban poultry farming from the city of Hartford. City of Hartford. Stop there for a second. The city of Hartford, which actually is our state capital, houses the Connecticut Department of Health, the Connecticut Department of Environmental and Energy Protection, and the Connecticut Department of Agriculture. Those are the 3 departments in the state that set the standard for environmental protection and for health regulations, protecting the health of our residents. Our current health director actually works as the local arm of the Connecticut Department of Health. So I will ask you, why in a city that is the center of all of these health regs and all of these controls, why, and it's a city, it's got, it doesn't have all that many 2-acre and plus housing sites. It's got a lot of urban sites, small, local, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000 square foot lots. Why in the world do they allow this? And the answer is because it makes sense. That's why. So if it's good enough for Hartford, it might be good enough for Danbury, because the concerns for health are magnified as your population lives closer together. The more spread out, the easier it is to deal with the health issues of raising chickens in your backyard. So in Richfield, I'm going to talk about Richfield, there are no specific zoning regs pertaining to chickens. They're allowed in the same manner as any other household pet, such as dogs, cats, parakeets, and the like. They can't be nuisances. You can't raise your chickens and create a nuisance. But then again, you can't raise your dogs or cats and create a nuisance either. In Reading, as I said before, they allow poultry limited to 50 per lot. Now, granted, a minimum lot size in Reading is generally 2 acres. There are a couple of smaller sections, but not many. So, and on top of that, you can add additional chickens, 10 for every 2/10 of an acre. So the Reading allows it. And as I said, they got some good regulations on managing it. Westport allows domestic fowl 6 per lot for a lot less than 2 acres, and 12 if you have more than 2 acres. And again, I enclosed the regs and their application form to show you what you have to do to apply for a chicken license. New Fairfield, we talked about before, they allow 6 per lot or 12 per acre. And again, in New Fairfield, there are a lot of substandard lots that don't meet the current zoning. The town is generally a 1 acre, 2 acre zone now, but a lot of New Fairfield are small areas around Ball Pond, the lake communities, etc. So they did it, they did the chickens per lot, but max of 12 per acre for a larger lot. And it's interesting, New Fairfield, if you read in the paper this past week, just allowed goat farming. And that, of course, it raises another issue of noise, controlling your animals so they don't eat the shrubberies in the neighborhood, and sanitation. Shelton and Bethel both allowed chickens in the residential zones. I gave you copies of their regs, and also the city of Norwalk allows it. But interesting, as was pointed out again, I think in Sean's presentation, Norwalk does it in their code of ordinances. They don't treat it under zoning. They have a city ordinance that allows you and regulates chickens. And that may be the better way to do it in Danbury, to just say, we don't regulate chickens, let's do it by a city ordinance. That's fine too. But again, this is a brief survey of the regulations. Honestly, we looked at a lot more, and we said, you know, we're not going to give you Greenwich and New Canaan and Simsbury and Glastonbury. Enough is enough. You get the idea of how these towns regulate. We also gave you a lot of letters in support of the application. I've received about 6 more from the time that I wrote this letter. Read those letters, because there's from people that actually have some credentials in raising chickens and in health issues, and particularly mental health issues. It's amazing how many mental health people indicate that chickens are a benefit to dealing with people who have anxiety and other stress issues. So the other thing, of course, I included a bunch of articles, and one is from the CDC, and the CDC tells you how to safely raise chickens, but they don't tell you you shouldn't raise chickens. They're actually in favor of raising chickens. So that was the supplemental submission that we presented. I have read the reports from the planning staff and basically what was adopted by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission in its letter says that their negative recommendation is based on the points raised by the planning staff report and the points raised by the Director of Health's report. And in addition, they felt that raising chickens raises environmental issues. But again, I don't know why it doesn't raise environmental issues in Ridgefield. I don't know why it doesn't raise environmental issues in Norwalk. Norwalk's a city that's similar to Danbury in both size and how it's developed over the years. I don't know. Raising, as I said, any animal can be a health issue if you don't do it properly. And raising animals without any regulations is not a wise idea in any town. And quite honestly, in Danbury, that's what we encourage people to do, because we say we can't raise chickens, so we encourage them to do it unregulated. Going to the planning staff report, on page 2, the keeping of chickens shall be permitted only in the RE8 interest. And then there's a suggestion there that the suggestion is that there's no differentiation between the commercial and residential raising of chickens. And to the extent that we talk as poultry chickens as pets, we're talking about chickens, and the word poultry is in the regulations. The problem is the Danbury regs talks about chickens, poultry, and birds. Those 3 words are used interchangeably. And quite honestly, they all have slightly different definitions. Some are inclusive of others. So to the extent that I agree with Jennifer, she's correct that the general statutes defines poultry as any species of domestic fowl, which goes beyond chickens. And the same thing with the USDA in the Center for Disease Control. But to the extent we're talking about chickens, this regulation can be narrowed down. The commission, in reviewing an amendment to the zoning regulations, can narrow it. You can't broaden it. You can't include things that aren't poultry, but you can say what's not included, and you can limit it to chickens. The same thing there's been a lot said about roosters. Some towns limit roosters, some towns prohibit roosters. And again, if roosters are a problem, don't throw out the chickens with the roosters. Throw out the roosters, and you can do that in the confines of what's right before you right now. There's a suggestion that a property can be on page 2, a property can be in the RA 40 zone and not meet the 1 acre requirement. The commission must determine if the limitation is appropriate. We agree wholeheartedly. We put down what we thought was appropriate. To the extent you want to limit that in terms of the size of lots, we didn't want to discriminate, quite honestly. I didn't want to discriminate because the neighborhood I work in here is not RA 40, it's not RA 80. These are smaller inner city, Danbury inner city lots, and they're small. And I think that the people who are actually currently raising chickens ought to have that opportunity. So that was my choice on behalf of the applicants, but we're amenable to limiting that. Same thing as the blanket allowance of 12 chickens per acre. We're amenable to a different number. I mean, that was a number that we took based upon reading other towns, the zoning regulations and the ordinances in other Connecticut towns and cities. That seemed to be a reasonable number that a lot of people use, 12 per acre or 12 per lot in some cases. On page 3 of the staff report, we talk about the chicken coops. There was some discussion with that earlier with Sean, I think with Bob Patello. And in terms of, the size and the location of the chicken coops, again, we took what other towns and cities seem to use. And if the commission feels that the coops are either too big or too small, or 20 feet should be 25 feet for a setback, we would have no objection. We tried to come up with a fair and basically an objective standard. Chickens must be screened. Oh, screening. Yeah, again, the types of screening that we're going to do on section 2D, we didn't think that needed to be specified in the zoning reg. We thought that's more of an application regulation form. But we can do that, and again, that would be narrowing down the applications before you. We could do in the context of this one. In section 2E on page 3 of the staff report, they talk about industry standards for coop requirements. The zoning commission must determine if 3 square feet is sufficient for a healthy flock. We took that out of a Cornell University report. And I believe that we've submitted that as well. But the Cornell report suggests 3 feet is an average. So, but we're not wedded to it. If it should be 4 feet, that's fine too. If an outside run-in, is provided, it shall be enclosed in a manner to contain the chickens. If an outside run-in is provided, if the suggestion is you must provide it, that's fine too. But there are some people who raise chickens who don't have runs. They keep them basically in smaller enclosed coops, or and they're more caged than running around. So we just put a standard in there that says if you want to require it, fine. If not, it doesn't have to be. But the regs can specify that size. Okay, then we get on page 4, the disposal of waste materials. We agree that where the department questions the allowance of composting the waste generated by feed manure with no additional requirements. We agree that you could actually, and Danbury should have probably composting regs, because people compost everything these days. They compost the kitchen garbage. So composting is a very, very hot topic today, and it seems to be environmentally appropriate. Again, if you look at my my July 22 letter, and you look at the articles there, there is an article specifically about the benefit of using waste from the chickens for gardening purposes, and the fact that it's a great way to fertilize your gardener. And they then compare it to commercial fertilizers and artificial fertilizers as being the better product if it comes from a chicken. So we don't disagree with the thought that's in this, but we do think that it's just a matter of adopting a regulation for composting. Again, the general comments goes after my use of the word raising chickens as pets. I've explained to you the origin of that. I didn't create it. I just passed it on from our own regulations, because to me, if a horse is a household pet, a chicken's a much more appropriate sized pet. We agree to the comment that most municipalities, if not all, regulate the keeping of chickens through ordinances enforced by the health department or zoning. And the interesting thing is, here again, I'm going to comment on the Sean Harity's statement that this could put an enormous strain on his staff. I actually think that if you regulated and people were licensed, it would have less of a strain on his staff. Every once in a while, he might have to go out or send somebody out to inspect to see that somebody hasn't violated the provisions of their license. But it would seem to me it would be a lot better than getting the calls regularly from people complaining on illegal chickens. Illegal chickens would be a lot easier to regulate, but I appreciate the fact that he has a lot on his plate and he's not looking for more. I actually think he would be getting less if the amendment is properly passed and regulations are properly drafted. On page 5 of the report, of the staff report, there's a third paragraph: chicken coop and run could potentially cause significant damage to yards, leading to soil degradation. Now, again, in the July 22nd submission, there is actually an article about how chickens are great for your gardens because they naturally turn over the soil. Chickens do scratch because they're looking for food. They're looking for bugs. And of course, if you read there, chickens are natural for gardens because they protect them. You don't have to spray your gardens to keep your bugs out. You put the chickens in there, they take care of the bugs, they scrape, they turn over the soil, and then they actually add fertilizer to the garden as well. So there's an article in there that's very interesting. Read it, and it's eye-opening and how healthy chickens are for gardening. There's a statement in here: the commission must determine whether the absence of controls requirements regarding the keeping of roosters aligns with the best interest of the city. Again, I commented on that, and I have to agree. Roosters are much more regulated, more prohibited than chickens. And if that's the case in Danbury, that's fine. That's the case will be. Compliance with the POCD, still on page 5, the commission may reasonably conclude that this amendment has wide application within residential zoning districts, and the result is not orderly or rational to allow a change that would permit any variety of poultry as household pets. And my comment to this is, it's orderly and rational in other towns. So I'm just trying to say, well, if it's orderly and rational in, again, Westport, Ridgefield, whatever, you can have ducks as well as chickens. Why wouldn't it be in Danbury? But the fact of the matter is, as I said before, if you limit this, redefine in your regulations and get rid of the ambiguity between birds, poultry, chickens, and other fowl, we could just be happy by making it chickens and eliminating any ducks or pigeons or whatever other fowl we don't want. And to the extent, in the conclusion of the report, the fact that we again talked to the reference to other varieties of poultry, delete it. If other varieties of poultry are a problem, take it out. And then again, what we said before, to the extent that we're creating health risks in this community, in the conclusion of the report, those don't seem to be health risks in most of the other communities in the state of Connecticut. I'm going to spend a very brief moment on the health director's staff report to Jennifer Eminger, and that's July 16, 2024. And in the first page, the second paragraph, there's a suggestion that the distances of where the chicken coops are important for properties with septic systems or private wells to prevent infectious disease and ensure proper septic system functioning. However, I agree with that. And then I thought about my own home. I have my septic system on my front lawn, and I have the fence in there, a wireless fence. And my two big dogs run around, and I do scoop up the waste that they poop on the front yard, but they're pooping right on top of my septic system, and I may not get to it for 5 days or whatever. Eventually I'll clean up after them, but I never really thought that was going to be a health problem. And I'm wondering, why don't we say that dogs can't roam on septic systems, and they can't pee and they can't poop if it's a problem with chickens? I mean, as you'll hear later in the presentation, chickens produce such little waste that I'm not sure why that's a health concern. But we'd have to put that in context when we see how much waste we're talking about when you have a handful of chickens and not the 250 on a farm. On page 2 of the report, it says that the health department works with the city and in conjunction with the police department to issue citations for violations of people who are illegally raising chickens. And to me, again, that goes back to Sean Harity's comments. This regulation, amending the regulations with this amendment, deals with that. Because if the health department's worried about the improper handling of poultry because it can lead to foodborne illnesses, and again, all that's discussed in the CDC report, then the proper way to do this is to see that it's regulated, like everything else that we do in our health department, that if not regulated could result in disease, starting with septic systems themselves, which are highly regulated these days. So there's a suggestion that the proposed amendment addresses health and safety of the flocks, specifically that chicken coops and outdoor areas must be properly maintained and cleaned for the health and safety of the flock. Oversight of this section of the proposed amendment will be challenging. Well, I'm just not sure why it's only challenging here in Danbury and it's not challenging in Ridgefield or New Fairfield or Bethel or Shelton. The fact that it's challenging is not the reason to prohibit it. And again, I go back to I'm going to harp on the same issue. If you got regulations, you're much better off. At the end of that paragraph that I was reading from, there's a conclusion, although the cases that are cited are not directly related to household chickens, the proposed amendment can lead to an increase in the spreading of these diseases and can pose a risk to public health. And the answer is probably yes. The keeping of any animals, dogs, cats, chickens, horses, cattle, goats, sheep, anything, if it's not properly regulated and properly maintained, you run a risk of to the public health. So the last paragraph in here talks that the proposed amendment does not address the attraction of pests, odor, and surface runoff. Well, in reality, as I say, I didn't write that reg yet. But I agree with the health department that if we're going to allow chickens, then the health department, in conjunction with the planning department, has to say, here are the basic requirements for raising chickens. Again, and they can say on a 1 acre site, on a half-acre site, you could tailor it to the size of the property you're talking about. But the fact of the matter is that my garbage container next to my house attracts the same rodents. One of them was taken out by a black bear about 2 years ago. I mean, destroyed, littered over my driveway. Yeah, I mean, anything. So what do? I maintain it. I try to keep it secure. I try to keep it clean, because the health department's right. You can create health issues if you don't maintain your property correctly. And it really is not related to chickens. It's how you maintain your residential property. And in Danbury, we do have a neighborhood enforcement team that goes, improvement team, I should say, that goes out and tries to teach people how to do this. So given the conclusion is that given the health concerns and the significant public health risks, this must be carefully considered. Amen. It must be carefully considered. I want you to consider the pros and the cons of allowing chickens and regulating them. And these are small backyard entities. They're not commercial. They're not people selling chickens, and they're not people slaughtering chickens. Which leads me now to the greatest hypocrisy in the city of Danbury. Selling chickens and keeping chickens in flagrant violation of the zoning regs, and nothing gets done. So if you drive up to Federal Road, you'll find that Stu Leonard keeps chickens right in a commercial zone, not in a residential zone, not in a farming zone, but in a commercial zone, chickens in broad daylight out in front. And I'm not sure how he does that. Chickens in Danbury. But what's worse is if you drive down to Mill Plain Road and you go to the Agway facility, you'll find chickens that are housed in the most unsanitary conditions, and they're for sale in the city of Danbury. And they're in the CA80 zone. And the CA80 zone doesn't allow farming or raising of chickens. I mean, it's not 5 acres in an RA80 zone. So, I mean, to turn your back on this and say, oh, that just doesn't exist, that's a figment of your imagination, Neil, is crazy. It exists. And I'm not opposed to Agway selling chickens. I think it would be nice if they clean the site up a little bit. And I'm not opposed to Stu Leonard having kids, look at chickens and, feed them in a little like petting zoo. But the fact of the matter is they're not permitted. And my clients who have an impeccable home, you'll see it in a minute, an impeccable home, raise very thoroughbred chickens. I mean, these chickens are unbelievable. They raise them like family pets with loving care, and they get cited for blight. I mean, it is just insulting. And that's why we're here tonight. If they had not been cited for blight, I don't think they would have found their way into my office with the suggestion that this is crazy. We've got to do something because chickens are important to our family, their family, and I know why, and that they're all over the city of Danbury, and we sort of think that somehow we're prohibiting them, but we only prohibit them when a neighbor complains. And if a neighbor complains, the city staff goes out, whether it's one of the two Seans will go out and they'll inspect. And the fact of the matter is, it's not consistent and it's not proper zoning, quite honestly. And it almost raises the question of a discriminatory zoning to the extent that, a business or an established business can just have chickens, but a person wanting to raise chickens for their kids to have eggs or to learn how to take care of pets, you can't. It's just that that ambiguity is too much for me to understand or accept. So that's our proposal. We have given you a lot of data that supports this proposal. It's not a perfect regulation. It can be amended. It can, in the context, it can be refined, and it can be narrowed down as the commission sees fit. It does not actually, as I say, propose the regulations of a permit. It just allows you basically to go in and apply for a permit, much like you can have dogs, but you still have to go down and apply for a dog license. So that's where we are. I'm going to ask the Gomez's if they can join me at this point and present some of the other backup information on this.
Well, not yet, Attorney Marcus. Let me see if I
Okay.
have any questions for you.
Go ahead.
Commission members, any questions of Attorney Marcus at this point? We're gonna have him for a while, but I just want
Yeah.
to see if you have anything at this point. Oh, Commissioner James, I see your hand. Go ahead.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Why wasn't it asked to just do chickens and not, why did you ask for poultry and not just chickens?
Because actually, we thought the ducks would be appropriate too. So we did.
Why didn't you ask for chickens and ducks and not roosters and geese and ostrich and emu?
Well, the regulation 4G6A says the keeping of livestock and poultry shall not be allowed. So because the city uses the word poultry, as I say, I try to use the same language, but in reality, that's why it's there. If you want to know why I did it, I do the least damage to the regulation that I can in trying to amend it. So, and as I say, the horses as pets, but the terminology and the limitation we can apply now. We can say X out poultry, put in chickens. That's fine. But I did it because that's what's in the reg.
Thank you.
You're
Well
welcome.
said, Commissioner James. Thank you. Attorney Marcus, I thought, did you say a couple seconds ago, I was writing while you were talking, did you say that your client was cited for blight?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me ask, Mr. Harity, are you familiar with that at all?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I think in the beginning, the very first order that went out or inspection that went out was through the unit. And I think they were initially cited for blight. But from then on, it took over with the zoning that went ahead and started issuing on the keeping of the poultry.
Oh, okay. Oh, so is there a history on this property? Is there a history with Attorney Marcus's clients going prior to April when this petition first came in?
Oh, yeah.
I believe there was a referral to the unit regarding blight, and I believe that the blight officers also cited the keeping of the chickens, and then I believe that there was a letter by Attorney Marcus saying, "Hey, your blight rules really don't deal with the chickens," where the zoning officer then took over and said, "Well, my regulations do," and I think that's how this evolved and got to this level, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, but have you've been to this property and saw that it's an illegal setup and it's they're in violation?
I haven't actually been to the property. My assistant has.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commission members, anything else at this time of Attorney Marcus? I think Attorney Marcus, you want to introduce Mr. Gomez?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what, Attorney Marcus, let me ask you, shall I make mention now or after Mr. Gomez about letters received in favor? Do you want me to just go through that quickly or no?
Your choice, whichever
Okay.
you think is.
I'd like to get it out of the way.
Okay.
So we received a packet, a couple packets. I'm going to talk about the first packet. We received a packet of letters in favor, and we're titling this "Received by 5:00 p.m. on July 18th, 2024." It's a large packet, and it includes letters from Emil Curran of 44 Long Ridge Road, Jan Zuvich, Bethel, Lauren Zuvich, no address given, Samantha Bean of Ferry, no address given, Chelsea Brown, no address given, Michael and Angela Gallo of 24 South King Street, and Nikki Gallo of 2226 Georgian Drive, Georgetown, Texas. So we have those letters in favor submitted, like I said, by 5:00 p.m. on July 18th. We received additional letters, Attorney Marcus, in favor that were received by 3:00 today, July 23rd, 2024, with documents, with exhibits. Heather Whalen, Bethel, Kathleen Granger, New Fairfield, Heather Grace, no address. Attorney Marcus, we received all of your exhibits and that letter that we referenced earlier. There is a petition, Attorney Marcus, we received with 233 signatures on it in favor. A letter from Patty Skoke, Ross Dick, separate letters, Ross Dickman, Dante Amaral, Sue Mills, all of no address given. Taryn Ramey of 18 Overlook Terrace. An anonymous letter received by email. Kristen McCarthy, no address given. Todd Battistelli of 12 Hayson Heights. Steve and Anita Jordan of 16 Long Ridge Road. So that completes my packet of people's letters, Attorney Marcus, of those in favor. Ms. Eminger, did anything come in that you want to mention of in favor between 3:00 today and when this meeting started?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we received 3 emails, separate emails, and I'm gonna read them from my phone. At this point, because they were received after that 3 p.m. deadline, they haven't been provided to the commission members. So we are obligated to read them into the record. So
That's
I
correct.
will,
And everything that I mentioned is already in the record, is already posted. Everyone has copies. All commissioners have copies, including the public. These are the ones that they don't have. So you're going to make this part of the official record as well.
correct. I can either read them now or I could wait until after all the others in favor go. It's
Well,
up to you.
I'd rather you do it now, so we're done with it.
Fine.
Thank
That's
you.
fine.
Thank you very much.
Okay. First letter dated July 23rd, received at 5:11 p.m. from Heather Rolls. Sorry. Hi, these are letter and GoFund letter to the community in support of the Gomez family. The Gomez family, Alina, Xavier, Sophia, and Amelia need the community's help. They are a beautiful, genuine family that continues to give back to the community and the universe effortlessly and
Excuse me,
intentionally.
Ms. Eminger.
Yes.
If you can, please read only the portions that address the petition. It's not about how wonderful or how not wonderful people are.
Okay, so
Thank
then
you.
I will,
Sorry to do that, but that's the right way to do it.
that's okay. I'm just panning down. So again, I don't know, tell me if you don't want to hear it. The chickens, who are the family pets, are loved and cared for the same way their dog and cats are. The city's recent crackdown on the Gomez family has been emotionally trying and very expensive for them. Not only is the cease and desist order upsetting, it's absurd that the city of Danbury finds this to be a priority. In fact, the entire neighborhood has pleaded with local politicians and law enforcement to help by organizing countless meetings, et cetera, to deal with real citywide dangerous issues. Meanwhile, it seems as though the city can knock on the door of the Gomez family and threaten to take away part of their family. This has had a horrible impact on the Gomez children, created unnecessary hardships. They need our help. Please donate. I'm not gonna finish this.
Yeah, please
Um,
don't.
I know. Again, it's just pleading for a donation. Again, I'm not sure why this was included as part of the letter. And then there was another letter from Heather Reen, R-E-N, Renee, maybe R-E-N-E. Again, I've known the Gomez family for 14 years. They are some of the most honest and generous individuals. I've had the privilege of calling friends. I've watched them raise two smart and eco-conscious daughters from infants into young adulthood through not only their words, but actions. For as long as I have known them, they have never thought twice about helping a person or animal in need, never expecting anything in return. I couldn't be more proud of this amazing family.
I'm
for
sorry, but
standing-
that's not relevant.
Please
hate
turn
to
off your
interrupt.
microphone, please. Go
But
ahead,
that
Ms.
is-
Eminger.
Irrelevant.
Ms. Eminger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be able to be self-sufficient and to be able to eat healthy, nutritious food from your own chicken is a blessing and necessity for so many. I'm proud to stand by their side and hope my hometown will step up and make the changes necessary to allow families like the Gomez's to raise chickens legally. And we received another email dated July 23rd. Sorry. Received a 6:15, and this is actually addressed to members of the Planning Commission. I have read your denial recommendation in reference to the Gomez petition for the city of Danbury to allow chickens as pets. The many environmental impacts that you are citing in your denial of the petition are baseless since you consider horses as pets.
Ms. Eminger, that.
Okay,
if
tell
there's a-
me, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
I'm just reading them.
I understand, and I don't have it in front of me. If it was addressed to the planning commission, if they want to lay them out, then let them do it some other time, not here.
Was there a name, Jen?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's Russell Peckham.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so if Russell Peckham is here, he can address us, not the planning commission.
Correct.
Commission
And
members.
one
Please-
more.
Oh, okay, go
I'm
ahead.
I'm sorry, one
That's all
more received at 6:24 PM from a Yolanta Kamuska. I'm butchering that, I apologize.
That's all right.
I would like to write in full support of the Gomez Family Initiative regarding chickens as pets. I believe in the United States of America, everyone has the right to the pursuit of happiness. And if someone's pursuing happiness means that having chickens as pets, then I think that's beautiful. They aren't hurting anyone. All they're doing is raising beautiful animals on their property. I feel that the targeting of chickens as pets, specifically the Gomez family, is racially motivated and part of an initiative to make Danbury inhospitable for Hispanics and people of color.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Eminger, I didn't have it in front of me, so I just wanted to narrow this down. As I said before, everyone that speaks, speak to the petition. Commission members, keep in mind, this applies to over 25,000 parcels. I'm sure the Gomez family are wonderful people, but if this petition gets approved, there might be some not so wonderful people, all right, that would be raising chickens. So keep in mind what we have before us, the petition from Attorney Marcus on behalf of his clients. We're done with letters, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eminger. Attorney Marcus. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Botello, question.
A question that I have for
There
Attorney
you go.
Marcus or for whoever.
Yes, sir, go.
Are any of these positive references from neighbors that are directly in this neighborhood where the client is from?
Yes.
There are, if you look in the packet, Commissioner Botello, there's a couple neighbors that are on the street.
Yes.
But let's see how this unfolds because they may be speaking tonight. So, Commissioner Botello, in your packet, the letters that you have addresses associated with them.
Right, I saw it. but
Ms. Reed put a summary together that shows people that don't have addresses, or email addresses or specific addresses. So if you look through that, you'll see that there are some people on that road. Keeping in mind, this is not site specific, but I understand your question.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Attorney Marcus, would you like to read in your, introduce your client?
I do. Who's going to go first? Alina Gomez will address you with some information.
That's great.
pertaining To the application. She's right
That's
here.
great. Ms. Gomez and all speakers, if you would just state your name and your address, and then you have the floor. There's no time limit. We just ask you to speak to the petition and there you go. So, there you go. You're unmuted. Go ahead, Ms. Gomez.
Can we screen share?
Oh, sure. Ms. Reed, is that something that they do on their own or you get involved in that?
I'm sorry, they want a screen share?
They want a screen share?
Please.
Yes.
Sure, I have to give them permission.
Okay.
It'll just be a minute.
While you're doing that, it looks like within that box, we have Mr. and Mrs. Gomez. That'll be
Yes.
speaking at the same time and also we'll be doing a screen share. So yes, go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
There you go. I got you up.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Absolutely. Good
Who's
evening.
speaking?
My name is Alina Gomez. I reside at 20 Long Ridge Road in Danbury, Connecticut. I was born in a time and place when changes could not be made, questions could not be asked, and now you could not own chickens. You could work in state-controlled farms that own chickens and everything else food related. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to be here today and gather to discuss possible positive change for our community. According to the current zoning ordinance, my chicken keeping is an unlawful act. I reside on a property that's 2.2 acres in the RA 80 zoning. And for us, chicken keeping is the same as all the other pets. They have been our pets for 12 years, and we care for them in the same manner that we do for our cats, our dogs, turtles, or fish. With the zoning regulation in Danbury, all poultry, including pigeons and birds, maximum 250 birds, and all the farming definition is for 5 acres for use of agriculture, forestry, nursery, and truck gardening, and for the raising of animals for laboratory use and for fur, which means that my neighbor that lives 5 minutes away from me, 5 minutes walk, can have animals for laboratory use and for fur. And that is only because my neighbor's property exceeds the 5 acres in the RA 80 zoning. And also the section includes regulation for keeping horses and other equines as household pets. Now, I know that I am aware that our proposal is raising a lot of concerns that have to do with human health, water, soil, environmental health. So with that in mind, I looked at what could small scale keeping of chickens can generate when it comes to the manure, because there's a lot of concern with that and how detrimental that can be to the environment. Also, I know there was a mention of a conflict that livestock and poultry, that was a conflict. And then horses are allowed as household pets, and according to the code of federal regulations, horses are considered livestock. So I'm a little not concerned, but confused about that. Also, our petition brought the concern about the disposal of the waste and the potential harm to the health and environment by us storing the waste material for more than 7 days. And I have noted that doesn't have any requirements for horse disposal. I mean, yeah, there is a mention that it cannot be on the property, but where does it go? And then we have to look at the chicken droppings and the horse manure. It is a big difference. So according to the Penn State University, a horse produces on average 500 ounces of manure, 307 ounces of urine per day, and the total of 860 ounces of daily waste. Now, at my current residence, 2.2 acres or something like that, I can have, I think, 2 horses. And I wonder how would that play on the environment, on the soil, on the water? Because there are no specifications in the regulations. Now, chickens on average produce a maximum of around 3 ounces of waste per day, and which is less than the waste produced by a single horse. So for me to come to measure with that with my flock, it would require over 242 chickens to produce the same amount of waste as a horse. And then I have here the measurements. Now, this is another measurement. Thank you for your time and your attention. And I look forward to working with you.
Stay there,
making
stay
this
there
work
1
for our
second.
community.
Stay there
And
1
on
second.
directing
Oh.
us on how could this work for our community in a safe way for the people, the environment, the city, and all of that. Thank you very much.
Hold on, Ms. Gomez, don't go anywhere, but please remove the screen share if you can. So we can go back to our boxes. There you go. Okay. Ms. Gomez, stay right there for a second because we may have some questions. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Gomez at this time? Commission members. I'm trying to get all my boxes back here. Commission members, I don't see any hands, voices. Commissioner Nejane, unmute and you have the floor. Commissioner Nejane. There you
Mrs.
go.
Gomez, good evening. Yeah, I have a
evening.
question. We're talking about chickens. Very little noise comes up, comes from chickens. But what about roosters? Are we talking about roosters at all?
We are talking about chickens. Chickens refers to hens and roosters.
Okay, I guess the question I have, maybe this is for Neil. And again, it sounds as though we're trying to formulate some kind of amendment to the regulation. And, you know, I really feel that, you know, the rooster part could be a problem because of the noise that they make, disturbing the neighbors. So, you know, I would give that some consideration, Marcus.
Of course.
Definitely give some of that consideration. Now, you said you have 12 chickens
I do.
for 2 acres?
2.2 acres.
2.2 acres. Yeah, that frankly sounds reasonable. But again, the roosters, you know, we really gotta focus on that. And one thing.
Well, so the focus is on the noise, of course, and how it can interfere with the neighborhood.
Yes.
And that, does the city have an ordinance, a noise ordinance?
I believe there is a noise
Okay.
ordinance.
Because I feel that noise, when it comes to animals, should not be distinguished between species and sex.
Okay, that's your opinion, but the people that are around you might think otherwise. So I just definitely give that a concern. Another thing, since I'm on,
I agree.
And since I'm on, and I'll ask Neil this, I would guess, and that is licensing. You had mentioned licensing, Neil? Is that a possibility in this regulation?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that's important to properly have this type of operation in the city. It should be licensed. And again, I sent you it in the package of the sample of what they use in Westport.
Okay. All right, very good. You answered my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Give those things some consideration, some compromise. I think the noise issue is a big deal.
Thank you, Commissioner Eugene. Commissioner Cabrera. Up, I just, where did she go? Commissioner Cabrera, unmute. Commissioner Eugene, you're all set? Yes.
Hello,
Commissioner Cabrera.
everyone.
Hi. Go ahead.
My question is for Ms. Gomez. You did just answer to Commissioner Najim that you had 12 chickens, but how many ducks are you including the ducks in this amount?
No, ducks would be considered as waterfowl, so no.
And how many are we talking about?
How many ducks do I own?
Yes.
4.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cabrera, you all set with that?
Yes.
So Ms. Gomez, I'm unaware of this. Why don't you tell us all, what do you have over there at your property? You have 12 chickens and 4 ducks? What else do you have?
Excuse me.
What else do you have? Anything else?
The dogs and the cats.
Okay. Commissioner O'Neill, thank you. Commissioner O'Neill, question?
I think I just wanted to make a comment. I wanted to thank Mrs. Gomez for her presentation. We appreciate what you're showing us and understanding what you're going through. I want you to know that, you know, we're all listening. I think that changing the regulation has gotten very complex and very convoluted. There's a lot of like discrepancies that we're seeing where there's contradictions, and there's a big difference, I would say, between a 1 or 2 acre lot and the smaller RA 40 and RA 8 lots. So I just want to point out to you that it's a huge process what you've undertaken with this zoning change, and that there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of parts that all have to fit together in order to make it work.
Thank you. I know it takes a village with anything good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Neill. Any other questions of Ms. Gomez at this time? I'm looking. I see Commissioner Bennett.
My question is not so much so Mrs. Gomez, as I have a piece of paper in my hand that has regulation use, accessory uses. Where did this come from? Anybody know what I'm talking about?
No, be more specific. What do you mean? Where did what come from?
Well, I have it in my packet. I printed it off, and it is number 4, G6, Use Regulations, Accessory Uses. That's the title of it. And it's all about permitting chickens. And I like what I'm reading. So does anybody know where this came from?
No, this is the actual page 2. I think I don't see what you have in front of you, but you may be looking at the petition, the proposed petition by Attorney Marcus. So Attorney Marcus's cover page is the petition to amend the zoning regs. Page 2, page 3, show 4G6 use regulations, accessory uses, where it has everything underlined, C 1, 2, 3, 4, all underlined.
Yep.
That's Attorney Marcus's proposed petition for this evening.
Okay, when that comes up, then I'd like to go over this information that's on this sheet.
Well,
I can wait. I can wait till the attorney's on.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, commission members of Ms. Gomez, before we move on? I don't see any. Ms. Gomez, thank you. Mr. Gomez, were you going to speak?
Thank you.
Or did you want to call on someone, or are you all set, Mr. Gomez?
Can I speak now?
Absolutely, if you'd like.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Javier Gomez, and I live at 20 Long Ridge Road in Danbury. I'm here to advocate for homeowners within our community to keep chickens on their property. I know it's difficult to wrap your head around the idea of chickens kept as pets. However, there are millions of people who keep chickens, backyard chickens, responsibly. I have grown to realize chickens enrich the lives of their caretakers, including myself, in the same way as dogs and cats. My daughters in particular have formed a special bond with our chickens. They learn responsibility, gain, and even greater appreciation for animals and experience the joy of collecting fresh eggs. These experiences have been invaluable to their growth and well-being. I understand there is a concern with the housing market and the relationship to the possibility of chickens being allowed as pets. However, chickens are already here. Take a drive around Danbury and you will see many homes have them. Chicks are being hatched in school for educational purposes. And all supplies related to chicken keeping are sold in Danbury. Chickens are even on display, as well as ducks, sheep, and goats in the parking lot of one major food retail stores here in Danbury. There is no substantial evidence to suggest that allowing residents to keep chickens as pets negatively impacts housing prices. Many towns and cities that permit backyard chickens have not experienced a decline in property values. Numerous cities and towns across the United States, including those here in Fairfield County, have allowed residents to keep chickens without observing any adverse effects to their housing markets. A USA News article from February 2024 lists Denver, Colorado, Raleigh, North Carolina, Virginia Beach, Virginia, Durham, North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, as the top hottest U.S. housing markets. All of these cities allow their residents to have chickens. For some potential home buyers, the ability to keep chickens can be a selling point. The trend towards sustainable living and urban farming is growing, and properties that allow such practices can attract buyers who prioritize their values. Allowing chickens can enhance the quality of life for residents, promoting a sense of community and encouraging local food production. This can make neighborhoods more desirable, potential boosting property values. Proper regulations and guidelines for keeping chickens can ensure that they do not become a nuisance. By enforcing standards for their care and housing, we can mitigate any potential negative impacts, ensuring that chickens are an asset. In many regions, the regulation of backyard chickens is treated similarly to the regulation of other pets. Just as there is no evidence that allowing dogs or cats has a negative impact on housing markets, there is no reason to assume that chickens would be any different when properly managed. In summary, there is no conclusive proof that allowing residents to keep chickens as pets leads to a decline in housing market values. On the contrary, the benefits of urban farming, community engagement, and the trend towards sustainable living can enhance the appeal of a neighborhood, potentially contributing to stable or even increased property values. We would like to collaborate with the Zoning Commission and develop regulations beneficial for all residents. By working together, we can create a balanced approach that promotes the responsible keeping of chickens as pets. Our goal is to align the practices of neighboring cities and towns and to support the interests of Danbury residents who value sustainable living. Thank you. I have a video that a friend of ours put together to kind of tell our story. Would it be okay to show?
I guess we've never had anybody ask that before, but I
We
guess
need to have a copy of it provided to us for the record.
are you able to have a copy provided to the department?
Yes, I can email it to you.
How long is this video?
2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, let it rip. You got to share the screen?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
And then when you're done with that, we'll see if we have any questions for you, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
How do you want to know what's wrong with her?
Where's the box?
Go ahead.
Can you hear?
I don't have any video. I mean, I don't have any audio, but we see the movie running.
Can you hear that?
I don't hear anything.
When you do the screen sharing, you have to put through that that you want to share video audio. So you may have to remove the screen sharing feature and be given it again in order to get the feature to come through with the audio.
Can you hear that?
No.
No. They cannot hear it.
And they can't.
Sorry.
When you do the screen share, there should be a box at the bottom. You check it off, and it said you check it off to say, I would like to be able to share audio, which optimize for video sharing when you get the screen share.
Got it.
And just check that box.
Give you
Yep.
one more shot at it here. I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to speak tonight.
I understand.
Danbury is saying
Here you
that
go.
Got it?
our
You
house
got
has blight and is unsanitary and bringing the value of all the other houses around us down. They're basing that on the fact that we have chickens. I do not know how chickens cause blight. I do not see any blight around my house. My property has 2.2 acres. Our chickens are located behind my house, hundreds of yards from the street.
The coop is over the hill into the forest. Nobody can see anything. Nobody can hear anything.
The city of Danbury says that we're bringing the value of houses down. As a matter of fact, my house is the most expensive house on the street. We are actually bringing the value of other houses up.
My name's Amelia. I'm 10 years old, and this is Hale. Her breed is a naked neck. Most naked necks have bare necks, but she has this little spot of fur on her neck.
This hen, her name is Precious. She's an Ayam Samani, and the breed Ayam Cemani chickens come from Indonesia. Ayam Cemanis are one of the rarest chickens in the world. They're like the Lamborghini of chickens because they're all black, their feathers, their eyes, their comb, all the way down to their bone marrow. So all of their organs are completely black.
All of them have very unique personalities. It's not like they just sit there not doing anything. They all have nicknames. They all have their little job and our games that we play with them. So we really do have a fun time with them.
Our birds, just like a cat or dog you might take into your bed and snuggle with them, we do the same thing with our birds. We'll take them inside, we'll play games with them, we'll dress them up like they're dolls sometimes. We'll eat with them, we'll like put them at the table and have them sit on one of the chairs.
They will come up to you and jump on your shoulder and stay there, or they'll sort of like snuggle you.
They're all very intelligent and they all act differently. So it's very funny to see how they interact with us and interact with each other.
I was born in Guayaquil, Ecuador. My family came here when I was a year old. We moved to Queens, New York, where I lived 28 years, and my block had one tree. So coming out here to Connecticut was a very new thing, and to start raising chickens was even more mind-blowing to me. I sent my wife to get leaf bags at Agway here in Danbury.
Looking for leaf bags, but then you heard the chirping of the chicks. So I saw them and I was like, forget about leaf bags, I'm gonna get chicks. So I got chicks. And here we are.
That started our lifestyle of owning chickens, raising chickens, caring for chickens.
Hello?
I got cut off? Mr. Gomez?
Yes.
Did you get, that got cut off or are you done?
No, just got
Yeah, it looked
cut
like
off,
it
I
got
guess.
cut off. Okay. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Gomez at this time?
Actually didn't finish. Okay.
Commission members, thank you. Mr. Gomez, did you want to call on anyone before I go to the public, or are you all set? Did you have want to have your kids talk or anything?
I don't think they're on right now. But
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? There's a button. Everyone knows how to use this. Hopefully, we just press the hand button and I'll see it. Okay, so I see a couple hands that are starting to pop up. So if anybody wants to speak, we're gonna go to Kuba Kubanowski first. We got Emil Curran next, Zach Goebel next, Lynn Tabersack next, Russell and Yola Peckham next. So, Kuba, go ahead.
Hi, so can you hear me?
Yes, you're ready to go. Take
Great.
your time. Please stay on point of the petition if you would, please.
Of course.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the commission and the chairman for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it. Anyway, my name is Dr. Kuba Kupniewski. A bit of background, I'm the former head of the Jagiellonian University Medical College's Microbiology Research Group, and I'm currently employed by the 5th Military and Clinical Hospital in Krakow. And I understand that some people may be concerned about the potential for diseases being transmitted from chickens to humans, and I'd like to speak to that. The 3 most common pathogens that may potentially be acquired from chickens, as mentioned earlier, are Salmonella, E. coli, and Campylobacter. To give context, the Salmonella hospitalization rate is 1.9% with a case fatality rate of 0.03%. The E. coli hospitalization rate is 3% with a case fatality rate of 0.03%. And the Campylobacter hospitalization rate is 8% with a case fatality rate of 0.03%. And to put things into perspective, I'd like to compare those numbers to diseases transmitted by another pet, much more common pet, my favorite pet, the common house cat, for example, also carries with it the risk of transmitting disease. In fact, all of the earlier mentioned diseases can in fact be spread to humans from cats, as well as the avian flu. And in fact, cats are the main animal vector for toxoplasmosis concerning humans. Now, toxoplasmosis is a pretty serious infection, but it does carry a hospitalization rate of only 2% and a case fatality rate of 0.3%. The hospitalization rate and is therefore comparable to that of Salmonella and E. coli, with a greater case fatality rate than either of those diseases. So if chickens are to be banned due to their potential to transmit disease, it would follow that cats should also be banned due to their infective potential. But it's not my professional opinion that either of those measures are medically indicated for the prevention of these illnesses. Most cases of Salmonella, E. coli, and Campylobacter result from the eating of contaminated foodstuffs. But that's not what's being discussed here. The chickens are pets, in this case, not food. And so the minority of cases that are in fact caused by contact with infected animals are preventable by basic hygienic measures like hand washing. And the risk then is primarily posed to the owner, the handler, and not the neighboring population. Hand washing, in my opinion, is a perfectly adequate measure for mitigating these risks. Prohibiting of chickens or cats or any common pet isn't, I don't think, warranted. And speaking from personal experience, my hospital services multiple communities where chicken ownership is in fact the norm. And we are very proud, but not surprised, to say that from the start of 2024, we have had 0 hospitalizations due to Salmonella acquired from someone else's chickens, 0 hospitalizations due to Campylobacter acquired from someone else's chickens, and 0 E. coli cases acquired from someone else's chickens. Moreover, there have been 0 hospitalizations due to these diseases being acquired from one's own pets in my hospital. And so, in my professional opinion, chickens as pets pose no greater medical hazard than any other pets, which are not as stringently regulated, nor should they be. And I think they ought to be allowed. If a patient asked me if they should have chickens, I would say, why not? Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name and address, please?
Kuba Kupniewski, 16 Canaan Circle, South Salem, New York.
Thank you. Your talk of disease, that's transmission between the pet and the human. Were you referencing anything as it relates to water runoff, contaminated water, brooks, streams, water supply, drinking supply?
Unfortunately, I'm not qualified to speak to drinking supply. I was referring simply to contact with these animals within and around the household.
Thank you.
As well as food.
Appreciate it. Commission members, any questions of Kubniewski, Ms. Kuba Kubniewski at this time, commission members? Thank you. So I'm going to ask Mr. Kubniewski raised an issue with me that I want to circle back to Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, if you would unmute, let me ask you a couple questions if I could, please. So, sure. Mr. Gomez, I noticed that you talked as it relates to, and this thing has gotten legs, so to speak, as it relates to chickens as household pets. And I think I saw during your video presentation, you have, and it was also mentioned, I think you said you had 12 of them or so. You use them for food as well?
No.
So what do you do with the eggs?
Oh, for the eggs, yes. I thought you meant for the actual chicken.
Okay, so you eat the eggs, and what do you do with the chicken when the chicken's done living? You know, I'm trying to be as sensitive as possible because I don't know if your kids are on the line here. What happens when one of the chickens? Do you eat the chickens?
No.
Okay.
They have names. Once they have a name, we don't eat them.
That's what I was wondering. I looked for on the other pages to see if your kids were there. I didn't see them, so I'm sorry I don't want to come off as insensitive.
I mean, like my wife said, we treat our chickens just like we treat our dogs or cats. We've taken them to the vet. They're treated as exotic animals, and the bill is for exotic animals, believe me. We spent a lot of money on the care for our chickens because we love them, and it pains us when they're in pain and they're sick, and we want them to get better. So we take them to the vet, just like our dogs, just like our cats.
And I'm sure, again, I'll say it again, you understand that from our standpoint here this evening, once this petition came in, this is not a petition for or against the Gomez family. This is a petition that applies to 25,000 properties And some people may not feel the way that you do, Mr. Gomez, about their chickens.
I understand that, and that's okay.
I know. So I see next. Thank you so much, Mr. Gomez. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Zach Gobel. Zach Gobel. State your name and address, please, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Zachary
welcome.
Cole, 2226 Georgian Drive, Georgetown, Texas. Thanks everyone for having me here today. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Zachary Goebel, and I'm here to speak in favor of allowing families in Danbury to keep chickens as pets. I grew up around chickens, dogs, cats, and other pets, and know firsthand how beneficial they can be. They teach responsibility, empathy, and provide a unique companionship. My experience with agricultural operations of various scales over the past 15 years leads me to believe that some of the health risks associated with small backyard flocks are negligible compared to larger factory farming operations, which is some of the effects that have been referenced here today. Despite what was presented earlier, chickens actually offer significant benefits for pest control and soil health. They naturally reduce pest populations by eating insects, helping maintain a balanced ecosystem. Their scratching behavior actually aerates the soil, preventing hardpan formation, and their droppings act as a rich natural fertilizer, enhancing soil health and promoting better plant growth. Additionally, there's a bit of a misconception around keeping chickens and contaminating well water or damaging septic systems. You know, while we see this effect maybe from large factory farming operations with thousands of birds in a small house, small managed flocks generally don't pose these risks. Again, chickens can actually contribute to a healthier environment by controlling pests and improving soil health without necessarily negatively impacting water quality or septic systems. When it comes to the city's mentioned issue of illegal sales of chickens or animals, I hope that we can all agree that citizens shouldn't be penalized or restricted in their lawful activities due to the actions of criminals. The same issue kind of goes for the issues posed by the zoning enforcement team. I mean, citizens' activities shouldn't be limited by the challenges of zoning enforcement to measure and manage regulations or the required collaboration with other departments in these pursuits. You know, if the zoning enforcement team is under-resourced, the city should probably empower them with the necessary funding, resources, personnel, whatever they need to manage those issues, not allow this to be used as a reason to limit the citizens' lawful activities. You know, should we choose to pass this zoning measure. Many other U.S. cities are already recognizing these benefits. You know, 93% of the most populated cities in the U.S., I think over 150 of the most populated cities allow backyard chickens in some capacity. This trend is growing, and I think Danbury really has a chance to be at the forefront of this positive change and not catching up at some point in the future. Additionally, by allowing chickens as pets, I think we can enhance the well-being of our residents and show that the city is forward-thinking and compassionate. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
I had to, you went over to page 3, so I had to find you, and then I had to unmute myself. Mr. Gobel, what is your background? Are you an expert in the field or a study of this?
Yes, I have a background in building, operating, and scaling agriculture operations, restaurants, hospitality, both in the actual building and operating of agriculture and in the, how shall I say, the processing and preparation for distribution to food service establishments around the country.
Thank you. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Goebel at this time? Commission members, I'm looking for hands or voices. Mr. Goebel, thank you. You're done for the night. Thank you very much. I see a hand of Lynn Tabersack.
Hello, my name is Liz Noble, and I don't see the hand you were talking about. I would like to speak.
I don't see you. Let me see if I can find.
I don't see where your hand would be. I'm waving my hand now.
Hold on. Let me see if I could find you. You said your name was Liz Goebel?
Noble, N-O-B-L-E.
N-O-B-L-E. So anyway, why don't you, while I'm looking for you, state your name. Ms. Tabersack, we'll get back to you in a second. State your name and address and go ahead.
Sure. My name is Elizabeth Noble, and I live at 106 Long Ridge Road, right down the street from Javier and his family. I think I'm uniquely qualified to talk about some of the issues here because I was a biology major, so I understand a lot of the environmental repercussions, which are, as the last speaker said, very negligible, because we're not talking about a factory farm. We're talking about 4 or 6 chickens, which, my 4 or 6 chickens make a lot less waste than 1 dog and a lot less, like 100th the amount of waste of 1 horse. So I think that's a lot of misconception there. There's also the terminology that everybody's using. Chickens are either roosters or hens. Roosters are male chickens, hens are female chickens. When you buy chickens at Agway or Tractor Supply, you buy 99% of the time female. Every once in a while they get misidentified. But when you buy them, you buy females because people buy them for eggs. So the talk of roosters is when people either breed them on their own, which some people do. Most people buy them as, babies or whatnot from the agricultural stores I was talking about. And again, the zoning for AgriVentures on Mill Plain Road, their coop is disgusting. I bought 2 chickens from them recently, and they were, it wasn't clean. They were in the dark. It was horrible. And then, I go to Tractor Supply and I got 6 babies today, which actually are right here, that are absolutely adorable. But they were born probably 2 days ago at a factory farm. And what happens is they only pick the females, of course, and the males get killed instantly, crushed. So this is a whole other side of this industry. And the people that are purchasing these animals in this area are purchasing them as pets, not to eat them, not to do evil things with them, not to have rooster cockfighting, none of that. And that's the part of this that really bothers me, because I think there is, as somebody mentioned before in a letter and somebody alluded to, there is a racial element here. People think because there is a Hispanic Latino community in Danbury that these animals are going to be eaten, slaughtered, used for, religious purposes. And that's just ridiculous. I have chickens as pets. Javier and his family has chickens as pets. Probably a third of the people on this road. We owned a home for 37 years in Brookfield. We just moved to this property of 10 acres that we inherited from my mother-in-law on Long Ridge. And I had chickens in Brookfield forever. And there was no problem. We had only an acre and we had chickens. I'd say a quarter of the people in our 1 block area had chickens. And it was never a problem. Occasionally somebody would have a rooster would get loud, and the town would come and say, got to get rid of the rooster, you got to keep them quiet or whatever. And that's fine. But, I think you're going back to, time when it was archaic. I mean, for example, 100 years ago, horses weren't pets. Horses weren't luxuries. Horses were required. Horses were transportation. Dogs and cats did jobs. And now horses are pets and luxuries and expensive. I know, I've had them. I kept my horse at Happy Trails, where Neil Marcus's brother kept his horse for years. So, the horses at Happy Trails, the amount of, if you want to talk about runoff, I love horses and I love that place, but the amount of runoff and so on there, I mean, the amount that a small flock of 6, 8, 10, 12 chickens, the amount of waste is negligible. And the waste is, mixed in with shavings or with hay, and it's great for the soil. And I've noticed a difference in the mosquitoes. We have a big pond on our property, and since my chickens have gotten old enough now where they're eating mosquitoes, the mosquito population has gone down. And, they're pets. They're right here. They're pets. They got lots of attention. They have names. This is Wilma and this is Betty. The 6 little chicks are going to have names of supermodels of different nationalities. So I've noticed also too, having been first a biology major and then a teacher in Brookfield. And then when I retired, when my kids grew up, I became a professional pet sitter. And I did see a big trend in the past 20 years of people having chickens as pets, because when you have a dog, you have to hire a pet sitter to come and walk the dog. You have to, the veterinary care is very expensive, where it's, can be expensive for chickens as well, but not nearly on a regular basis. So that's a big thing there too, that they are pets. They're not, food animals. And there's the terminology, I think, has to be refined in any kind of legislation, that, all birds that are like that we use for eggs and so on are fowl, whether they're ducks, chickens, geese. And yes, there has to be a distinction between them. So I think that the wording there has to be very clear. You know, I love ducks too, but ducks are messy and they do smell more, I think. So that has to be refined and spelled out in any kind of legislation. But I do think that, again, it needs to be clear that they not be used for meat, like you've said, and that people not be selling, some people in the area sell eggs, and, to me, that's fine. I don't begrudge them that. I don't sell mine. I do what Javier and most of the people have chickens do and hens do. They give their eggs to their friends, their family, to their coworkers, to, their mailman, to whoever. So this is an up and coming thing. And for Danbury to be the only town in the area or city that has no allowance for it, and yet, you can have as many dogs as you want on a piece of property, and they can poo and pee all over the place, and tell me that's not bad for the soil. The chicken stuff, they sell chicken manure as fertilizer. It's sold for good money as fertilizer. So that's a big thing there. As far as some of the other things that were mentioned, I think that the regulations as far as how many chickens you can have, I think that sounded very good, very positive. I think 2.5 to 3 feet per chicken is good. And, again, the setbacks are wonderful. It is a perfect idea because nobody wants to have any kind of animal within that distance of their home. And I think going with the specs done by UConn, and also the other good resource for any of this kind of information is the 4-H Extension Center, which is a state run thing out of Storrs, Connecticut, through the Bethel 4-H Extension Center. They have lots and lots of resources and materials. They run all of the 4-H things for kids who are learning to, raise chickens or goats or ride horses or whatever. And they have wonderful, wonderful things. I taught incubation and embryology of chickens for them, as I did in college. So I think, the pet thing is really, to me, is why I'm here, is that the terminology of this whole thing was being able to keep chickens as pets. And they are pets. They are the new pet of this century, I guess, because they're easier to take care of than cats and dogs. They don't require the dog walker. They're more self-sufficient, and yet they are very affectionate. You can tell them apart. They have personalities that are different. So I think that's a very, very important thing to do. The last thing, I agree with not having them to be for sale because, frankly, it's supposed to be illegal on Facebook and illegal on Craigslist and whatnot to sell animals. But all of a sudden there are $100,000 horses for adoption on Craigslist and Facebook. And that's how they get away with it, is by saying they're for adoption, and they'll say, they don't say $100,000 in the ad, it'll say 5 figures or 6 figures or something like that. And, so, that's a whole nother separate issue.
Stay on topic on this, please.
Okay.
We get your drift.
Right. Okay. But I do think that people need to familiarize themselves with the terminology of a hen versus a rooster, of fowl, of chickens versus ducks, and so on. And, that lumping them all together as chickens. They're not all chickens. Hens are males.
Ms. Noble, the petition, Ms. Noble, the petition says poultry. Okay.
Correct.
So we're talking about the petition, and it says poultry, and poultry has been defined 3 times by Ms. Emiger's report and 6 times that I haven't even gotten into yet. So it's poultry. So what you're saying is right on. It's exactly correct, but the petition does not do what you're saying. The petition says poultry. Okay.
And she also added the word rooster. When she spoke, she added the word rooster in there, which is completely not correct. Anyway,
a rooster is a rooster a male? A rooster is a male chicken, right?
Correct.
Okay, so and chickens are part of the poultry family, along with turkeys, ducks, geese, guinea fowl. Okay,
correct.
And others. Domesticated birds kept for eggs or meat. All right, so
correct.
We get it. So what I'm saying is, I agree with what you're saying, and what you're saying is not agreeing with the petition. So let's see if we have any questions of you. Commission members, are there any questions of Ms. Noble at this time? Let me go back to page 1 and see if I got any hands. Ms. O'Neill, do you have a question of Ms. Noble?
I just wanted to quickly point out, I was a little worried when Ms. Noble said she felt that this was racial against the Gomez's. I'm new on the commission, there's new people on the commission this year. We're all learning. But I would like to say clearly that there was nothing ever insinuated in any way to make me think this was racial.
Not,
And it
I'm sorry, not against the
said that.
Gomez's, not against the Gomez's. I meant that the feeling in Danbury for a long time about people of Latino descent was that they would do not so good things with animals. And I think that's been dispelled by people who keep such lovely properties and wonderful homes like Javier and his wife and their children and so on and so forth. But
So
no, it was
I-
not that they were discriminated against it particularly. It was that
Okay, well, that's
there
a
is an
good
undertone of
clarification.
there's an undertone of a racial problem.
Thank you, Ms. Noble.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Ms. O'Neill. Any other questions of Ms. Noble at this time? Thank you, Ms. Noble. Ms.
Thank you.
Tabersack. I see a hand of Ms. Tabersack. Let me keep her hand up. Let's go to Russell Anyola Peckham. Hi, unmute and you have the floor. All I ask is stay on topic, please, and try not to repeat yourself, but unmute. I see that you're still muted.
Okay, there we go.
There you go. Thank you.
No, I think a lot of the points that I was going to make have already been
Well,
brought.
just state your name and address, please. Sorry.
Russell Peckham, 16 Cannon Circle, South Salem, New York.
Thank you very much.
Yola, same address.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, a lot of the points have been gone over already that I was going to make. And I think that I see that everybody's eyes are kind of more open to what's going on through this meeting. I think my biggest issue is the inequality between the way horses as pets in 4G 6B are treated and chickens. When we went through the document, the petition by the Gomez's, there were notes on every line about, well, this isn't correct. The height of the fence. What about the distance from the property line and all these things? If you look at 4G 6B, basically it says that you can have as many horses as you want as long as you have a 20,000 square foot enclosure with no measurement of the height of the fence, and you can't store manure on the property, which I don't know what store means. Does that mean that you have to remove it the second it comes out of the horse? It stays a week, it stays a month,
A year?
a year, and it's just there's no specifications, no specifics, no regulations.
Other than
Basically,
they can exist.
you can have a horse, and there are like 3 things you have to do. You can have 1,000 horses according to regulation. On as long as you have a half an acre of enclosure, you can have 1,000 horses. So I mean, how can there be that much when? Also, as far as the runoff, the site suitability, okay, that was a huge thing. Site suitability. There was picayune, everything they wrote down was picked on. There's no site suitability mentioned in 4G 6B. Zero. I mean, you can have, other than storing in that very wide terminology, interpretation of the word stored, which I don't really even know what that means, without a time limit. Basically,
Or
you can have
store.
I mean, most horse farms have muck houses, they have runoffs, they have all sorts of different trenching, because most horse farms don't remove their manure. In fact, I'd be very surprised if any of the horse farms, or I shouldn't say horse farms, anybody having horses in Danbury do remove it at all. It's probably all on their
It's
property.
regulated that Mr. Sean checks if her horse manure is removed from the properties when
So-
the horses are being
but-
kept.
But my whole point is, my whole concept here is that we're so picayune about chickens. Horses seem to have free reign, and they produce 20,000 pounds of waste a year. A chicken produces like 75 a year. I mean, I don't even understand why this is even a question. why there are, and once again, New York City, I know you're worried about smaller lots in the smaller neighborhoods, the R8s and whatever. The New York City has allowed chickens forever, and they still do. I mean, there's no regulations. There are regulations against roosters in New York City, but none about chickens. Anybody have a chicken in New York? And so that's basically what I wanted to say. Is like I just think there's an inequality of justice as far as you have something on the books for horses, which are much more problematic as far as drainage. They are problematic when it comes to drainage because the amount of waste they make. And that seemed to be a very large matter in the denial of the original denial of this petition, were these factors that should be irrelevant compared to the horses as pets. And I don't know how that ever got through.
Okay, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Your letter was already read in tonight. So you had a letter read in and you spoke. I'd like to have some other people go ahead of you.
Read in at all. It was not read in because
yeah, it was. I think it was read in. Ms. Eminger, did you read their letter in?
Let me explain. It was not read in. I addressed it to the planning board because you didn't specify, and the thing I got.
Yours was to the planning commission. Okay, fair enough.
So let me introduce myself. My name is Yola Pesca.
Okay.
I live on Canaan Circle, South Salem, New York. I'm a biologist, and I also have a master's degree in farming. So I am very qualified to talk about all the management of the manure and sizes and all of it, but it was already done multiple times by people who talk before me. Mr. Zach Gebel basically summarized it very well, and the lady who owns the chicken also on Long Ridge, she added to it as well. What I would like to add, and not repeat everything which was already said multiple times, is about the noise. Noise coming out of the rooster is 48 decibels. Dog, 70. When dog barks, measured from the same distance as rooster is 70. So we are talking 48 versus 70. The mower, when your neighbor goes and mows the lawn 3 times a week, it's 140. So if we are comparing noises, let's not be discriminating against one species. Let's make sure our neighbors keep our dogs quiet. I actually own 3 dogs. They are huge Anatolian Shepherds, and they make a lot of noises. I make sure that they are quiet to my neighbors, and I believe anybody who owns roosters do the same things. There are actually things which are preventing roosters from making the noise. You put them on the neck, so it keeps them quiet. It's not abusive. It just restrains them from actually stretching the muscles and making the noise. So that could be kept under control. And again, they make less noise than actual dog or the neighbor's lawnmower. Another thing I wanted to talk about is the chicken manure, which is, being sold in Agway. On the top of the chicken, they sell chicken manures. Someone read the letter, which was from Health Department, which basically made me laugh because the data which was being used was basically data which is relevant to commercial farming, which has nothing to do with keeping, few chicken on your backyard. Yes, they do pollute from commercial farming, when thousands upon thousands of birds are stuck on the top of each other in seriously inhumane conditions, and those things pollute, not few chickens on your background. So again, I'm not going to compare poop sizes and all of it because it was done before me. However, so that was one thing. So the lady, the Mrs. Caravelli, so she said that the chickens are destroying the soil. I would like her to actually, tell me about the studies she used to make this conclusion. I would love to look into this study, and maybe there is something I'm missing and she knows. I'm always ready, willing, and able to learn new things, and I think so should she. And she said in her denial, I mean, giving negative recommendation for the petition, she uses potential multiple times, potential this, potential that, you know, potential runoff, potential. How about grabbing the phone and calling the towns around you and ask the questions, and then she could say, for sure, there is a runoff, for sure, there is a plague. Whatever its potential could be actual, you know, actual data. She didn't do it. She rather uses potential and gives negative recommendation. I actually went to town of Richfield today, and I asked in health department if there is any hazard because they allow chickens and people have chickens. I know people who have chickens in Richfield, and the lady, was looking at me like I am from different planet. What do you mean? So I asked her the question, is there a, you know, digging out of the septics? And she asked me if I know how the chicken looks, you know, because chicken don't go from the septics, then don't dig, you know, to go to the China. They actually make a tiny burrow for themselves to take the bath. So there is no digging out of the septics. Which Mrs. From the whoever, the Mrs. Calavalli, I'm sorry for butchering names. I'm not from this country, so every name is strange.
Carvalho.
So yes, so she that whatever digging of the septic she used, it's actually grotesque and has absolutely no base in any science or actually seeing or observing the chicken for 15 minutes. I asked them if they have any outbreaks of, you know, chicken to human diseases. None of that. So, you know, I just went to one town. I could go to every single town. If it was anything, we would hear about it. So instead of using potential before you give negative recommendation, do actual work and be honest. Don't just be, you know, negative about everything. I think it's the
Thank you.
Town of Danbury, because everything is, we are going towards more.
Perfect. Ms. Tabersa, any questions of the Peckhams at this time? Commission members? Commission members, any questions of the
Please
Peckhams?
stop cutting people off. Thank you.
We didn't cut her off. She cut her own mic off. If they want to finish, they could finish, and you keep your mic off. Mr. Peckham, did you cut yourself off? Did you want to finish up, or did Ms. Yola finish up?
I think, are you finished, honey?
No, I just wanted to thank everybody, and I would like ask you to be actually inclusive for people who just want to own different animals, not just dogs and pets. I own dogs and cats. I own dogs and cats and snake. But I have no problem with anybody owning anything, including the dragon next to me, as long as we can live together peacefully, and we can. We are humans. We share different, you know, habits and different. We love different animals. Why whatever I like should be applied to my neighbor? She likes something else. Let her like something else. It's United States of America, you know, land of the free, and Constitution of the United States actually says something about pursuing the happiness. That's why we're all here. Some of us still have accent, but we're all seeking the same thing. You know, pursue the happiness and the lifestyle we choose without actually trampling on other people. That's what we are doing. So I'm asking the board to actually make the change, be a little more progressive, because it's exciting time.
Thank you.
You will see some revenue coming from issuing those licenses. And if you want, I can help you, you know, to amend this and make every appropriate recommendation for chicken coops and everything else. I'm all available.
Yeah, I think the permitting restrictions make a lot of sense, because I think it does make the regulation a lot easier of everybody. But I really think that you guys should really look at 4GCB and compare that to the chickens and realize that
nobody is going to keep emu. I can promise you.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commission members, any questions of the Peckhams at this time? Commission members? Thank you. Ms. Tabersack. Peckhams, please undo your hand and go back on mute. Thank you.
Wait.
Thank you. Ms. Tabersack, are you there? Unmute and you have the floor.
Wait.
Undo my hand here.
Raise hand.
No, yep, you're good. Peckhams are good. All they have to do is just mute. Your hand is down. Thank you. Ms. Tabersack.
Mute, yeah.
Let me go on. Mr. Curran, we'll go back to Ms. Tabersack. Mr. Curran.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you. You got the floor. Just state your name and address, please.
Emil Curran, 44 Long Ridge Road, Danbury, Connecticut, third generation Danburian. And it's 10:10, so I'll try and make this short if I can, okay?
Thank you.
The Beckham stole most of my questions, but for Miss Hemmings, she stated that she did research in Fairfield County and other communities and those types of things. And I'm wondering, did she ever ask the question if they have any results of issues with infestation, diseases, septic issues, those kinds of things? And then for Ms. Carvalho, she cited potential issues with sewage diseases, et cetera, et cetera. I like to know what's the potential? What's the probability? 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%? You know, and I just again, I'm in favor of having chickens in Danbury, but only in the 1 acre and 2 acre zones. No one wants chickens running around Main Street in Danbury. And that's it. And thank you.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Curran, you understand that this petition is for all residential zones.
I do.
Okay. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Curran at this time? Thank you, Mr. Curran. Appreciate it. Let me see if Ms. Tabersack is ready yet. Ms. Tabersack. I don't know if she can hear us. Ms. Tabersack, did you want to go now? You're on mute. You have to unmute. All right, we'll revisit her. I see Hector Gerardo. Hector Gerardo, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Just state your name and address, please, and you have the floor.
My name is Hector Gerardo, and I live in 2 Deal Drive, Danbury, Connecticut. And I just have a few things. You know, it's late. But the first thing is that I'm kind of disappointed that we are tainting the legacy of Danbury. The mall is called Danbury Fair Mall because there was a fair that was going from the 1800s all the way to 1980, where farmers from all over the East Coast will come to Danbury and sell their products. That will have chickens, that will have livestock, that will have all these things in Danbury. And now people cannot do any of it. It's tainting the legacy, the beautiful legacy that Danbury has, because a few people do not like it. And it's the status quo always that is winning in this petition, the status quo.
Oh,
and the second thing that I will say, for me, it's that how can we say that we have a place where people can call home, where we have so many regulations for people to be able to live? I pay a lot of taxes in Danbury, and I'm appalled that I have to go through all of this. Anybody have to go through all of this when they're paying their taxes? They're buying an expensive house because the house wasn't cheap. It's not free that you are living in Danbury. You have to pay to live here, and you're not able to feed your family. And if 2020 has taught us anything after the pandemic hit, it's that we have to be self-sustainable. I run a farming institute in Connecticut, and Jacqueline, that's here from Yukon Extension, she can vouch for the work that we are doing to provide the essential training for people to be able to feed themselves. And this is part of people feeding themselves, because the pandemic has taught us that we have to be self-sustainable. And we don't know what's going to happen in 2024, whoever's going to be president. We don't know what kind of new pandemic is going to come out that people gonna learn how to feed themselves. And this is part of that learning. And I'm appalled that we have to have a meeting about this without no basis. And I'm glad that a few people that have spoken have stated the facts, because from what I hear from the people that are against it, they don't have no facts. There's no facts behind it. There's no facts at all. You don't know about farming because the USDA does not have any regulations on the amount of acreage that you have to have for farming. They have no regulations about the chickens that you can or the poultry that you can have. There's no regulation in the federal level, and there's no regulation in the state level. Why are we making so many regulations for people to be able to live in a place where they're paying taxes and they're paying their money? They're paying $750,000 for a home, and we can't even do the things that we want to do in our home. We have to go through this because a few people do not understand how to feed themselves, and they don't want other people to feed themselves. And I just want to leave it like that.
Thank you. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Gerardo? Commission members? Thank you very much. Mr. Gerardo, if you could just take your hand down. Let's see if Ms. Tabersack did know how to unmute now. Where are you, Ms. Tabersack? Unmute, and you have it. You're still muted.
All right, can you hear me now?
Talk quick, we got you now.
All right, well, I'm just reporting from our criminal backyard chicken enterprise here at 110 Haystown Road.
Thank you.
I would like the commission members to know that we have 12 layer hens, and we don't call them pets. We actually have layer hens because we love eggs. And I'd like the commission members to know that hens can only lay eggs for 3 or 4 years and then they're out of business. So we've got 4 of our 12 hens that are real pets because they no longer lay eggs, and yet we feed them and we take care of them and we give them water. So 12 layer hens we have on our property. They gave us 6 eggs and we'll somehow manage. I did want to comment that we got 6 of our hens from Hallis Farm. They sell hens. They're $20 a pop. Great eggs. I'd buy 6 more, but 12 is our limit. We shop at Agway. We get pellet feed for the chickens there, and we get bedding for the chickens there. And both of those have some kind of economic value. We want Hallis Farm to succeed. We want Agway to succeed, and they succeed by providing supplies for people who want to raise chickens. I wanted Mr. Bennett to know that chickens are kind of like cows. They have a herd mentality, except for chickens, it's a flock, and you can't have 1 or 2 chickens. The best size flock, if you study chicken sociable behavior, is to have 6, because chickens will die. And we've had chickens die. We've had some old chickens. I'd love to see you adopt regulations so that my criminal husband and I could be legal. I'd love for you to set requirements. I wouldn't mind if there was a license. I wouldn't mind if you charged a fee of like $3 per chicken and gave that to Sean so he could come and inspect. And I would welcome any member of the commission who would like to come and visit our illegal operation to come. We're usually there from 1 to 2 every day doing cleanup. And that's it. Now you're mute.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Tabersack? I caught it from you.
Oh, yeah.
Commission members, any questions of Ms. Tabersack? Are we going to be able to get you to now mute it? You're all done. Can you mute it?
I don't know.
Let's go to Mr. Berlant. Mr. Berlant, where'd you go? Here you go. How are you?
How are you, sir?
Good, thank you.
I try so hard not to get involved, and sometimes I just don't have a choice. My name is Jeff Berlant. I live at 18 Fairlawn Avenue. I want to thank everybody for staying up late. I want to thank the commission for staying up late. I also want to thank the people that spoke in favor who don't live in Danbury. So I've written 4 pages that I think is redundant to a lot of things that were said tonight. And I want to comment to some of them, but most of it I want to comment to some of the things that were said tonight. Danbury is an urban area. We are not a suburban area. Those in South Salem that have 50, 100 feet between homes live in a suburban area that have 2 or 3, or as one lovely woman said tonight with a chicken on her shoulder, she has 10 acres. I understand why there are chickens in those areas. I'd like to preface all this by saying I was raised breaking horses as a hobby as a child, and into my teens and 20s. I played polo on a college scholarship. I've been raised around horses, and horses are not pets, though they are classified as some. And in the state of Connecticut, you must have 3 acres to house 1 horse. And for every other horse that you want to have on your property, you have to have an additional ½ acre. So let's get the nonsense out of the way and stop trying to compare horses and horse manure to chickens and chicken poop, right? I love fresh eggs, just like everybody else loves fresh eggs. I stop at roadside stands, I buy them, I get it. But we are in a urban area where there is less than 10 feet, 15 feet sometimes between homes on quarter-acre lots, and having a chicken coop with 16 chickens pecking around the neighborhood and pecking across people's lawns and encroaching on people's privacy is not a good thing. If you have space, if you have a couple of acres, the Gomez's are lovely people. I see where they put their chicken coop. If I was their neighbor, I would have no problem with the Gomez's. Do I think 5 acres is excessive? Maybe. I think there's a compromise here, but not quarter-acre plots. That's the first thing. The gentleman that spoke before, just 2 before, who was talking about paying taxes and the USDA. I've written 4 pages based on the USDA. Here they are today. I can sit here for the next 10, 15 minutes and regale the disease transmission, the environmental contamination, the respiratory issues, all the things that are needed to manage chickens, right? And the USDA does have regulations on chickens. As a matter of fact, the size of the properties and the amount of chickens you can have maximum, there's an entire chart on that. And I've been through it for the last couple of days. But the USDA has a department called the U.S. Food Safety and Inspection Division, which is part of them, and they have more than 1,000 inspectors that go to commercial chicken farms
for commercial growth.
Yes, sir. To regulate cleaning and maintenance, proper waste disposal, health monitoring, community education, which they do ongoing year-round, urban farming regulations for smaller communities, and animal bites and scratches, what to do with them and how to manage and monitor them. Chickens are aggressive. I was raised on farms. I know this is going to sound far-fetched to most, but I had an uncle that had a kosher chicken farm in New Jersey who raised thousands of chickens and eggs. We ate them. I went there all the time growing up, and I've been chased by chickens as a child. So I'm just saying to you, this is not a perfect scenario. And whoever brought up race here, that's crazy. This is cultural. There are people coming here who want to farm chickens, and I understand it, but there's got to be limits. We do not have in Danbury the infrastructure to monitor and police hundreds, if not thousands of homes with chickens. We have a deficit in our budget now. And if we have the money to increase that facility in this city, we should be putting it towards the deficit that's caused by our schools, not by policing chickens. And it is not for you good people that actually clean up after your chickens and dispose of waste properly. And for those who are trying to paint pictures of horse waste is picked up and removed from everybody that owns horses. And it is sent to places where it is processed and turned into legitimate fertilizer. So we don't need to get into horses. I want to stick to the petition. Danbury is an urban area. Those of you in South Salem, though, I appreciate your passion. Those of you from Krakow, Poland, I appreciate your intelligence. Those of you from Texas, I get it. Texas is a big, wide open area. We live in a very compact area with over 100,000 people. And having chicken coops on quarter acre lots that are not maintained. It's not those that do maintain it, but that are not maintained and that are not policed and that are not being cleaned properly and that feces is not being disposed of properly do create problems. And all those medical conditions and issues have been read ad nauseum to the to both groups, to the zoning commission and the other group that turned it down initially. So I don't want to read my 4 pages, but the additional costs to manage this and police this is not in our budget. We cannot sustain it, and we cannot be compared, Lawyer Nolan, to somebody that lives in, or Marcus, I mean, who lives in Reading, where the properties are much bigger and all suburban, as opposed to a town that is urban like Danbury. And we shouldn't change zoning laws based on outsiders. You'll forgive me for those of you, I appreciate your opinions, that don't live here. Danbury's property values are going up. We have an amazing fabric of people from all around the world that live here. We need to embrace each other's cultures, but we also need to be cognizant of being sensitive to our neighbors and the community that we live in.
Right.
What happens when chickens get loose? What happens when they're in the road? What happens when somebody's dog bites one and kills it? What happens when a chicken is a curious child gets attacked by a neighbor's chicken? These are the questions that I ask myself.
Wait.
Besides all the health issues.
Mr. Berlant, one second. Can everybody please mute your microphone? Except Mr. Berlant and me. I'm the big guy. I keep mine on, off. I do whatever I want. Everybody else off. Mr. Berlant, while I interrupted you so you could speak.
That's okay. I'm almost done, Chairman Haddad, and I appreciate the time. My daughter-in-law had chicken coops on her house that was over 5 acres or 4.5 acres in Southbury, Connecticut. Bears came in, deer came in, foxes came in. These are the things that are drawn to chickens. And I see the Gomez's have their chickens far away from their home because they have acreage, because they don't want to draw those things near their home and draw wild animals to where their children are. And I appreciate how well they have taught their daughters and place their chicken coops. But for those who live inside the urban areas of Danbury, do not have that ability. So, in my estimation and in my feeling, without, again, boring all you and reading all this, that I will submit this and send this into the commission. But the city can't be burdened with the additional dollars to police this or send police or fire out to take care of it. We have laws that we live by and are governed by, and there are people breaking the law. If we're going to make a change as a community, where are the studies that say this is what the property size should be? There are no studies as far as I know. And as far as I've heard, this is one family petitioning the entire population of Danbury so they can keep their 14 chickens and 4 ducks. Though I appreciate how they feel about their animals, and I've been a rescuer of dogs and cats and a lover of horses my entire life, I eat chicken. I eat eggs. I like them fresh. I really do. But I also love my neighborhood and my community. And I think there's got to be a compromise here someplace. But until a study is done I don't think this commission, I don't think the zoning commission has the ability to draw all the facts from people's emotions and feelings as to what should be done in Danbury and what the property size needs to be. And to the other gentleman's point before I close, we all pay taxes, but we all live in a community. And just because you pay taxes doesn't mean you get to do what you want, because whatever people do affects the entire community. As I said, Danbury is the most wonderful place I've ever lived in my life. I love the fabric of this community, but I will say right now, I do not want my next door neighbors who live 20 feet from me in a single family home, their wall, to have 16 chickens in their backyard. But there is a compromise. There's always a compromise. If you could have a horse on 3 acres in the state of Connecticut, you could have a chicken on 3 acres in the state of Connecticut, or maybe 2.2 acres as the Gomez's have, but not on quarter acres or half acres or acres. I think there has to be a study done, and there needs to be some compromise here. And I just want to thank the commission and everyone, all 72 of us that have stayed up since 7 o'clock tonight. We've done this before, Chairman Haddad, on other issues. I appreciate everybody having patience and taking the time to listen to what I have to say. And I will submit my letter to the zoning commission. And thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Mr. Berlant, don't go away yet.
I'm here.
I got good news and bad news for you.
Oh boy.
The good
Give me
news
the bad
is
news first.
the good news is you're finished. The bad news is you spoke in opposition during the those in favor portion.
I
So
am in favor, but I am in favor for plot sizes.
Okay.
That 2-3 acres, but there has been no studies done by Danbury to decide what works and what doesn't work.
Got it.
And we don't know enough to make this determination tonight. That's what I'm saying.
Got it. Thank you. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Berlant? Mr. Berlant, of course, you know the petition, as stated, covers all those residential properties. It's just not.
I understand that.
Okay. So that's a petition as
So
submitted.
yes, so technically I'm against it. I'm looking for modification and compromise.
Got it. There you go. Thank you. I see, thank you, Mr. Berlant. I see Jacqueline Kowalski. Just stay, to unmute, state your name and address, and you have the floor. Take as long as you'd like.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. First of all, I want to say I am Jacqueline Kowalski. I reside at 204 Woodlawn Terrace, Waterbury, Connecticut. First off, I'm here speaking with 2 hats. My first hat is the University of Connecticut Extension Urban Agriculture Extension Educator. I've been an extension educator with UConn for 2.5 years. Prior to that, I was an urban extension educator for the Ohio State University Extension. So City Chickens has been part of my professional life for almost 15 years. I can neither support nor not support the petition, but I want to comment on it because it's a rule of extension to provide education and information to those making decisions. When I looked through the petition, when the Gomez's contacted me, what I provided to them were several models of well-written ordinances for chicken keeping in highly densely populated areas. Those populated areas that I provided were the city of Cleveland, who's had a very successful chicken keeping ordinance since 2009. The city of Lakewood, Ohio, which was my last city, and I will mention that when I put on my personal hat, who's had a chicken keeping ordinance since 2016, and New York City, which has had chicken ordinances. I don't know how long it's been, but I don't know if they ever outlawed chickens. Additionally, I provide a model ordinance that was developed by Cornell University. Again, these are intensive, highly densely populated areas that have developed these processes. When looking through the petition, there's possibly some wording that could have been worded differently. When reading through the responses from the Department of Planning and Department of Health, it would have been helpful to have references that they referred to when they talked about potential risks. Because there are risks in everything that we do, and we should make decisions based on the use of science-based information. So at this point, I hope that we're able to maintain a respectful conversation around this matter. Other municipalities have been able to develop processes through community conversations such as these, through education, learning. To the previous speaker, again, those models have been created for densely populated areas that you're referring to. Those recommendations have been made by non-biased individual organizations, university extensions, UConn, Cornell, many, there's extension in 50 states. So you can find probably 50 different ways of looking at mitigating risk for such things as backyard chicken keeping. Again, through these processes and through community conversations, other municipalities have been able to develop these types of ordinances and processes. Looking at it from a asset-based situation and through a opportunity to educate the community rather than through a deficit-based approach where we're saying no based on risk and mistrust of the community. There's a lot of room for improvement for all parties involved in this when it comes to developing appropriate. I don't know if zoning is the right place for this. I'm not expert on zoning, but there are ways to go about this. But again, it starts with educating everybody. I came onto this process yesterday, so I did not have time to gather as many resources I would have liked to for both the commission and for all the parties involved. And so that's just what I suggest, that continued conversations and finding those research-based informations that can answer some of these questions that have been raised. From a personal standpoint, as I had mentioned, I worked for Ohio State University Extension. During that time, the county that I worked in, the city that I lived in, was going through the process of developing a chicken ordinance, which they successfully passed in 2016. And I am pleased to say that permitting process used to be a one-year process, but because there were so few issues, they have now changed to a 3-year process. So those individuals who are able to hold those permits will have them for 3 years rather than 1 year, because there hasn't been the enforcement issues that were anticipated. Other cities who have chicken policies, they also have very limited budgets. So it may be helpful to consult some of those municipalities to see how they're managing such problems. Again, in my personal hat, I live in what's considered a chicken-friendly city in Ohio, and our housing prices have increased as well as the chicken permitting numbers. So I don't know that is always the case, that it affects negatively or positively home prices. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Kowalski at this time? Commission members, any questions? Oh, something blinked. Commissioner Nazario, go ahead, please.
Yes, for Jacqueline Kowalski, can you talk about, is there any information in your study about the health effects of people raising chickens and eating food that they've grown organically in their own property versus, people who don't raise their own food and just eat fast food, which is so prevalent in urban areas? Is there any information available on that?
Well, there's so many different complex ties in there. I'm not necessarily an authority to talk on nutrition or cases of food poisoning. We do know that nutritious food is better for people than fast food or highly processed food.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nazario, put your hand on. Great, thanks. Commission members, anybody else of Ms. Kowalski? Ms. Kowalski, thank you very much. So I see a hand of Megan Meyer. Is that correct?
Yes, hi.
Hey, how are you? Just give us your name and address and take over the floor.
Okay, Megan Meyer and Deer Hill Avenue in Danbury, Connecticut.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say, listening to everybody, I'm so impressed with all the knowledge that everybody has. To the gentleman right before, Jacqueline Kowalski, I have to say, you know, you had said that this whole petition is about this one family and them wanting to keep their pets. Well, I would have to disagree. I don't think this is just about one family wanting to keep their pets. I think it's about many of us that want to have the ability to keep our pets without others telling us what we can and cannot do. As long as we are not harming anybody, I think they have the right as well as many others. I think others are afraid to step up and say, hey, I've got chickens, in fear of being slapped by the city. And I totally get that. So having said that, my background is education, and it's early education, early childhood education up through middle school. And I had written something, and it's the way I talk, because I talk very fast. It's not going to take too long. But it's about having the small scale chicken ownerships, you know, at homes, and what chickens and other animals give to children. It's imperative that we understand. Owning chickens, they offer numerous educational opportunities for children. Biology and life sciences. Raising chickens provide hands-on experiences with animal biology, including an understanding of the life cycle, anatomy, and behavior. Sorry, it's getting late. And behavior of birds. This practical experience can complement classroom learning as well as home learning, and stimulate, you know, the interest in sciences. Responsibility and empathy. Caring for chickens teaches responsibility and fosters empathy in children. They learn to provide for the needs of living creatures, understanding the importance of consistent care and compassion. Sustainability and environmental education. Chickens contribute to sustaining life by recycling food waste into valuable compost and providing a source of fresh, locally produced eggs. Agricultural education. With the increasing disconnection from food sources in modern society, which we all know, raising chickens help bridge the gap between farm and table. It provides tangible connection to agriculture and the process involved in food production. All right, nutrition and health. Children and adults learn about nutrition and the benefits of consuming fresh, homegrown food. They gain insight into healthier eating habits and the nutritional value of eggs. Huge value. And community building, last. Owning chickens can foster a sense of community as neighbors share knowledge, resources, and sometimes even surplus eggs. It encourages collaboration, it strengthens community bonds. And I think that what the Gomez's have done right here has done exactly that. I don't think we would be here if they didn't reach out to the community and say, hey, listen, this is what's going on in our life. We need to do something here, you know, not just for them, but for many of us. And you know what, with all of this educational backing, you cannot expect the children or even the family members not to fall in love with these animals and consider them pets. To them, they are pets. Okay, just like my 2 dogs, my 2 horses. No, they don't live in my backyard on Deer Hill Ave, not my horses. Okay, my chickens and my lizard and my turtle and my fish. Okay, so they're pets, they become part of the family. But chickens, owning chickens, it was such a rich environment for learning. So that's my 2 cents, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Meyer? Ms. Meyer, can I ask a question?
Of course.
Does your lizard shout loud at 6 o'clock in the morning in the backyard?
No, I don't have a rooster.
Okay.
But you know, roosters aren't as loud as people think, okay? They're really
Yeah.
not.
I got one behind me. They're loud.
Are they really?
Yeah,
No,
they're loud.
I've heard them actually on our road, but it doesn't faze me. But they're not right behind my house.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thanks.
Thank
Commission
you.
members, anything else of Ms. Meyer? Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? Anyone else? I see Kathy Barisi. I hope I said.
Patty, aren't you still in favor?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say in opposition?
Yes.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm looking for those, a continuation of those wishing to speak in favor. Those wishing to speak in favor. I see Roland and Jean Sorensen. Are you in favor?
No.
Ms. Reed, thank you for that. I didn't even realize what I did.
No,
Wow.
we joined late.
Okay, stay there then. So I'm looking for those, anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? I'm now going to go to opposition to this petition. So we received letters in opposition to this petition by 5:00 p.m. on July 18th, 2024. 139 pages from Diane Sanders, Weindorf Lane, Stephen and Anna Sergel, Long Ridge Road, Chris Ziegler, no address, Daniel Mulvey, 3 Malcopine Way, Ellen McShane, 2 Duck Street, Linda Spaziani, 12 Blackberry Road, Carl Johnson and Susan, Long Ridge Road, Wilma O'Leary, Dana, Art and Karen Knudsen, Stanley Ruff, Christy McCarthy, Pembroke Road, Irene Simonelli, 10 Chambers Road, Mary Larkin, 9 Field Road, Kathy Berg, no address given, Patrick Larkin, 9 Field Road, and Lorraine Cedar of 224 Great Plain Road, who submitted a letter and numerous documents that we all have part of the packet well in advance of made public record. Christine Valley has a letter to the commission as well with exhibits and a petition in opposition with 291 signatures. Also, additional letters of opposition received by 3:00 today, but after 5:00 on July 18th, from the Canowood Lake Authority Watershed Committee comments and a petition in opposition, 2 pages, 4 signatures. Ms. Reed, Ms. Eminger, that's it for that, right? Nothing else new?
I don't have anything, Jen.
Thank you very much.
No, there isn't anything for
For the
opposition.
record, we got everything in opposition. So now I'm going to go to Councilman Rotello, wishing to speak in opposition to this petition. Keeping in
Mr.
mind it's
Chairman.
10 minutes to 11.
Can you hear me?
We got you. Stay a little close to the mic, please.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. The ThinkPad.
There you go.
You
Perfect.
can't hear
Perfect.
too well on the iPad. You hear too well.
You're
If I
good.
get me closer, you guys are going to be seeing what I had for breakfast.
That's all right.
Okay. Paul Rotello, 13 Linden Place, Danbury, Connecticut. This is, if it's not an emotional issue, I've never seen an emotional issue before in my life, and this is very much an emotional issue. There's a little bit of logic, but it's mostly emotional. You know, there's an argument floating around here tonight. There seems to be a steady theme from the petitioners and the proponents that yes, chickens produce waste and they can be noisy and they can have avian flu and they can have all this other stuff, but so do horses and dogs and cats, squirrels, chipmunks, and Canada geese, and all that's true. But let's posit just for a moment that disease, inconvenience, noise, things like that are bad things. And I don't think I'm going out on much of a limb when I say that disease is a bad thing. The logical approach to that would not be to add to that problem, but to reduce it. So if we're saying that cats have, like the gentleman from Texas, a disease that actually makes you like cats, that's a great disease. And, you know, dogs bite people and are probably responsible for more animal to human deaths than anything outside of mosquitoes. And cats are ambush predators and can clear a square mile of everything but cats in short order. Those are bad things, and I would agree that they are bad things. We reach some sort of accommodation with that, and if you try to regulate the behavior of dogs and cats as a public official like I am, you have a very high bar. It's next to impossible. Somebody also said, I think it was the guy from Texas, that a community should be able to regulate its own laws, and that if this were to pass, if we had to, and we probably would have to, we would have to add more people to do these regulations. That's like a circular argument there. So again, this goes back to arguments that aren't necessarily in favor of having chickens, but arguments that are just sort of saying that, well, I mean, a comparable thing would be, Judge, yes, I was doing 45 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, but there are people who are allowed to go even faster, so therefore it's not that big a deal. Yeah, police and fire trucks and EMTs can go faster, but we don't want to add to the problem. I'm not suggesting that having livestock is a problem. I'm suggesting that in a area, I own some buildings in Danbury, and one of them is so close to the property line that if my reach is about 6 feet, that when I touch my building on one side, I can touch the property line on the other. And a woman, a recent speaker proponent, said that she didn't really hear roosters all that much. Might have heard one on a road. But I got to tell you something, if it's 4 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sun's coming over the yard arm, and maybe you sleep till 7 or 8, and there's a rooster 7 feet away from you, you're going to hear that rooster. Now, I've been told for weeks that this is not about roosters. Councilman, this is just about chickens. Stop talking about roosters. And I found out tonight from staff and from the petitioner that it actually is about roosters too. This is a very, very strangely written piece of legislation. I think at the very least, it needs to be retooled. I don't think it's fair for a proponent to make an entire city bend to its will. And I think it's very unfair for people who are not only not from Danbury, but from not even the state of Connecticut, to tell Danburyans who will be affected when they will not be, how to live and how to behave. I don't frankly understand why the chairman is allowing people from out of town to speak. I don't think it's appropriate. 333 million people in the United States. I just looked it up. Going by what the chairman is doing tonight, all 333 million of them could have spoken. I don't see what a tiny shred of evidence, not evidence, but relevance, is contained with allowing that to happen. Now, if they were brought in because the petitioner said, I've got this chicken expert, he happens to be in San Diego, he works for the Navy, and he happens to be the Navy's primary expert on chickens, and he's here to talk, that's one thing. But just having people die, hey, I happen to live in Ohio and I heard about this thing on the internet, so I'm going to throw my 2 cents in and tell Danburyans how to live. I'm not buying it. And I think maybe the city council needs to take a look at that and dial some of this stuff back. Let's keep comments about zoning changes that affect Danburyans contained to Danburyans with very, very small exceptions. Anyway, so back to the business at hand here. The lots in Danbury range from, as Director Eminger stated, 8,000 square feet to lots that are even smaller than that. And I think the idea that we have to allow chickens on all of them is a false argument. That if I don't know what the number is. I mean, maybe it's 2 acres, maybe it's 4 acres, maybe it's 5 acres. But when you start looking about people on Long Ridge are sandwiched between 2 potable water supplies, Eureka and Mountain Pond. And I have to tell you something. Deep takes really, the Department of Environmental Protection in Connecticut takes really dim views of anything that befouls our waters. The city of Danbury had to spend a fortune protecting Lake Kenosha, up to and including banning swimming in Lake Kenosha, because we occasionally tapped it for drinking water after mixing it with all the other reservoirs that we had in the city. To think that we could allow this unregulated evacuation of waste in aquifers and in watersheds, as a matter of course to accommodate some people that want to have some pets, is to me really, really poor public policy. Again, you know, in all due respect to the person who said that this is not coming from a particular family that wants to have pets, it's coming from a particular family that wants to have pets. They hired a lawyer and they put this in front of the city. I think what the zoning commission should do, if the zoning commission really is wants to go forward on this issue, table it, retool it, and have the zoning commission bring it back. Not a particular family that's in violation that wants to not be in violation. I just asked Lynn Taversack to bribe me with a couple of eggs so I won't bust her tomorrow. She's got the chickens on Haystown. And I said, you know, Lynn, I took an oath to uphold the law, and you just told me that you're breaking it. And she said, yeah, I know, but you know, okay, so fine. I'm sure that we can achieve these accommodations, but not with this particular amendment. This one is not going to work. Personally, I do not want to have chickens in my yard. They escape. They're not going to be in my yard because I'm going to have them. They're going to be in my yard because they got loose from somebody else's yard. I don't want to have emus. I don't want to have ducks. I don't want to have roosters waking me up at all hours of the day. And I don't want to have that. And let me just read you this one thing and I'll wrap it up. This is from The Atlantic. This is today, July 23rd. Of all the news about bird flu, this month has brought some of the most concerning yet. 6 people working on a chicken farm in Colorado have tested positive for the virus, the biggest human outbreak detected in the U.S. The country's tally is now up to 11 since 2022. Doesn't sound like much, but everything starts with 1. But that's almost certainly a significant undercount considering the lack of routine testing. Somebody asked, I think it was a commission member, about the difference between eating organically and eating junk food. I think that's like an apples and oranges a comparison. The fact remains that avian flu has gotten into the milk supply, and it's now recommended that these are chickens that you would be growing in your yard. It's now recommended that if you have chickens growing in your yard and milk, you do not drink raw milk. You can't drink raw milk now because of the chickens. That's not a good thing. And I think we need to figure out how to work this stuff out before we just do a blanket approval and force this on everybody in a city when most people, and clearly most people, you're going to hear this tonight after I get out of here, most people do not want this. So if we're going to do it, let's do it properly. Let's do it safely. Let's do it logically and rationally. Leave the emotion outside of the picture. Bring in the health experts. Bring in the agricultural experts. All due respect to people from out of town, they have these on their 10 acres of land and their swimming pools 45 feet behind their houses and all the kinds of stuff like that. If we're going to do it in an urban environment, let's bring in experts that know how to do this properly and give that information to staff and have staff write the regulations and then come back. Zoning commission comes back, sends it to planning for an approval, sends it back to zoning for a public hearing, and do it properly, organically from the top down. That's the way to do this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Rotello. Commission members, any questions of Councilman Rotello? Thank you. Before I go on, let me explain to the newer commission members. The reason why the chairman lets people speak outside of the Danbury zip codes is because if those in favor bring someone from out of state or those opposed bring someone from out of state, and I do not allow them to speak, we would lose if this case goes to court because the losing side can say, they didn't let all of my people speak. The chairman stopped us from speaking. So that's why we do it. I see Mr. McNamara.
Actually, Ted, it's Paul McAllister. I don't know how the name McNamara got up there.
Paul, how are you? Paul McAllister.
So I wanted to clarify that before I started speaking.
Thank you. I'm glad you did. Paul, just state your name and address, Paul.
It's Paul McAllister. That's McAllister. And it's 33 Mabel Avenue in Danbury, Connecticut.
Thank you.
Okay, couple things. I would say that this right here is a self-created hardship. And I feel that it's and as a result of, as everybody else has said, it's creating a hardship for everybody else if it goes through as planned. One of the things that I've noticed is I've been noticing a couple of foxes, and which I haven't seen in years around my neighborhood. And I have woodchucks, and I was wondering, what the heck do I have all this stuff for? And I followed up the fox, and it turned out a couple of houses up, the guy had just built a chicken coop, and there were chickens there. And now I'm getting these animals at various times of the day. And now I'm telling my daughter, the grandkids can't go in the backyard anymore because they see something they think is a pet. I'm going to have another problem. And, I only live on 1/3 of an acre. And all these people are saying, all these things about less acres. And if we go down to, a 1/4 acre of land for all this stuff, it's going to be a major hardship for everybody. One of the couple things I did was I called the state agricultural department, and I talked to somebody up there, and I was given a few section numbers. And one of the things I found was the 19A 341. It's called agricultural or farming deemed not a nuisance, and the exceptions. And all I can say is there's that Samantha and I believe it's Fernanda, if I'm not mistaken, they went through basically everything that's in the state law in regarding the nuisances, what could be caused. The other thing that I was also given was section 22-322. That's of the agricultural regulations, and it's called the Registration of National Poultry Improvement Plan and Exemptions of non-compliant poultry. And what it does is that's according to the state regulations, you have to register your poultry, and that includes all types of poultry, from what country or state of origin. And the reason why they do that is because of the next section, which is 22-324. And that's the prevention of avian disease, excuse me. And they have another set of regulations that if any type of poultry breaks out with that, they have to notify, it says the commissioner, but it's somebody in the agricultural department, so that they can limit all the, the spread of that, the disease if it ever takes place. And from what I was hearing earlier, some of those chickens that were in the video didn't come from various areas of this country. And all I could say is they don't have the things and someone comes in to check, there could be problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. Commission members, any questions of Mr. McAllister? Thank you very much. Oh, did I see a hand of a commission member? No.
Oh, no.
Okay. I see. The next one we have is
okay.
John. Thank you, Mr. McAllister. John Koch, then Chris, and then Dwayne Perkins, councilman. And then I have several others after that as well. Hi, sir. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioner.
Hi.
I'm John. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you.
John Cook and Celia Cook, 11 Killian Drive, Danbury.
What was the address again, please?
11 Killian Drive, Danbury.
Thank you very much.
We want to make this brief. We want to make sure that we register that we're against this proposal and support very much what Mr. Berlant and Councilman Portello said much more eloquently than I could probably. The idea of the noise issue with roosters, because we've dealt with that, is significant. It's louder than a dog. Dogs don't bark all day long, and lawnmowers don't go on all day long. And if you're sleeping next to where there's a rooster, you get serenaded very, very much through the day. Do you want to add anything?
I would like to say, in response to somebody else, roosters are loud, and we have firsthand experience with it. And chickens are loud too, and they cluck all day long. And we didn't buy this house thinking that we were going to be presented with that. And I would like the commission to remember the people that are opposed to it and do not want to have to live near chickens.
We live in less than an acre. Okay, and so those kinds of things are very close to our property. And again, as Celia said, when we bought into this neighborhood, into this house, we were under the impression that we were not buying into a farm community. And if this passes, that's the reality. So I thank you and good night.
Thank you. Stay there. Let's see if we have any questions for you. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Cook and Mrs. Cook? Commission members, no. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're good. Next is Chris. Chris. I see someone with the hand raised. Chris.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, yeah, good. State your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Christine Vale, and I'm at 222 Great Plain Road in Danbury, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay. I definitely am opposed to having chickens on less than 5 acres. A lot has been said this evening about Danbury needing regulations, and Danbury has regulations. It's 5 acres. And I'm sorry for the family that brought this petition. But quite honestly, they should have known that because they lived in a property where they violated the rules the first time and moved to another property that was non-compliant. And now they want all of Danbury to adjust to their wants. And I don't think that's fair. There are a lot of families in Danbury who quite honestly do not want to be living next to chickens. And I happen to be one of them. It's not just the rooster that makes a lot of noise, it's the chickens as well. You take the rooster away and the chickens will start clucking and making noise all day as well. So it's a problem. A lot has been said about chickens being pets. Chickens are not pets. You can make anything a pet. Okay, you can sit there and say, well, the little groundhog in my yard is cute and it's a pet. I feed it all the time and oh, isn't it cute? No, it's not a pet. It's a wild animal. Chickens are livestock. They're primarily raised for food, not for companionship. We do not eat our pets. They're considered members of the family. They live in the house with us. Chickens live outside, and there's a reason for that. Chickens are filthy. They can't control when they defecate. They will roll in their defecation. They eat among it. And that's the reason why chickens spread so many diseases. Chickens are not sold vaccinated. So they don't usually see a veterinarian. I'd say probably most people that own them will probably not take them to veterinarians. And chickens have a unique way of acquiring illnesses, and they don't always show that they're ill. So you could go out there one day and suddenly find dead chickens and not know why. Pets are usually taken to a veterinarian for vaccinations. They're routinely treated for illnesses and they're treated for parasites. So pets will see regular visits to a veterinarian, and that veterinarian will be able to tell also if that animal is well treated. Nobody's checking on backyard birds. to see if they're well treated or not. Chickens can be cannibalistic, and this can be very traumatic for children. You don't find your pets eating one another, but if there's a sick chicken, the other chickens will start pecking at it and devouring it. The regulations in many towns say that dead chickens need to be buried or thrown away. There's no safeguards against the improper disposal of diseased chickens. So you throw diseased chickens into the waste management system. If they go into a landfill somewhere, there's other animals feeding on them. There's a lot of diseases that chickens carry that are zoonotic, which means they transfer to other animals and to people. So now you're spreading this disease. So there's really not a good way of disposing of these animals to bury them on your property. If you have 12 or 16 chickens, how many chickens do you think you're going to be able to bury on a piece of property? And pets, we don't discard them in the trash. So there's a big difference between what chickens are, and they're not pets. They do carry a variety of diseases. And so you not only have to consider the live birds, but also the carcasses of the diseased animals. Some of the zoonotic diseases that they carry are going to be avian bird flu, which is very highly contagious. You've heard about some of the spread already from the councilman who spoke first, going into cows. It's actually been transmitted to livestock in 84 cases in 10 states. It's reported to be transferred to 22 different species of wild and domestic mammals. And the USDA reported over 40 million birds, both backyard and wild flocks, in 36 states that were infected with avian flu. There have been 4 cases that have spread to humans from dairy cows. It's been found in 100 countries. It's infected over 900 patients, resulting in 464 deaths in over the last 20 years. And right now, scientists are looking at this as the next potential pandemic because there isn't enough known about it just yet. So these are things that I think the council has to take into consideration before making decisions. There's a lot that hasn't been known about raising backyard birds. We've also talked about Campylobacter bacteria, avian salmonella, avian pathogenic E. coli, Eastern equine encephalitis. That's another one where it's mainly due to the bite of mosquitoes, but affected birds are the primary source of the virus from these animals, and they spread them to other animals. We also have chlamydia, cryptosporidiosis, avian tuberculosis, Newcastle disease, and those are the ones that are primarily spread to other animals. Then you have the non-zoonotic diseases that birds carry, which are infectious, bursal disease, Marek's disease, coccidiosis, mycoplasmosis, avian coronavirus, infectious coryza, and aspergillosis. So these are all things that have the potential of spreading. And more importantly, when the birds catch a lot of these diseases, they excrete it in their waste. It ends up in the soil. Some of it can be treated in the soil, but not every one of them. Some of them will stay for years, and you can't raise any more animals in that area. That becomes a very serious consideration when you're thinking of heavy rains, rainfall that's going to be washing out these diseases into streams, tributaries, and things that are going into Candlewood Lake. Also for people who are on well water, possible contamination of wells and septics. More importantly, chickens attract rodents. And I know this firsthand because I recently came across a rat in my rock garden, which I've lived here since 1979. I've never had rats. I do, however, now have a neighbor with chickens. Since the pandemic, Lots of people started staying home. They stopped going to restaurants. So what happened because of that, a lot of rodents started to move out of the city to look for new food sources. At the same time, people started raising chickens because they felt they needed a sustainable food source. When considering zoning regulations, the health and well-being of the community has to be a serious consideration. And studies on the public health and biosecurity have not kept pace with the expansion of unregulated backyard industry. And additional city staffing to assess coop management and enforcement regulations has not been proposed in connection with this application. I know other people who have chickens nearby. They also have had rat infestations. They've had to hire people at their own expense to come and have the rats removed. So if you start allowing chickens throughout Danbury, do you want the legacy to be Danbury as the Hat City or Danbury as the Rat City? Because you're going to have rats. And if you look at what's happened in New York City, somebody stated that New York allows chickens. Yes, they also have a terrible rat problem that they have not been able to solve. I don't think we want to resort to having people using poisons all over Danbury because the end result is going to be accidental poisoning of domestic pets, scavengers, and predators that are actually beneficial to the area to help keep rodents down. Chickens also attract predators. They're very low on the food chain. So domestic dogs, cats, foxes, coyotes, skunks, raccoons, possums, weasels, bobcats, rats, snakes, birds of prey, and bear all reside in Western Connecticut, allowing a widespread expansion of chickens into the residential area is going to increase the likelihood of human-wildlife conflict. The environmental factors take into consideration the regard of chicken manure and the treatment of chicken enclosures for parasites and or diseases, especially in areas where runoff from heavy rain may cause these pollutants to flow into Candlewood Lake or contaminate groundwater. Manure contains nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, magnesium, sulfur, manganese, copper, zinc, chlorine, boron, iron, and molybdenum. Fecal coliform bacteria, parasites, and viruses all pass into the feces that are also shed by chickens. On occasion where antibiotics may be given, those are also going to go into the land. So these are areas that, you know, people talk about chicken manure as being great for fertilizer. Well, that fertilizer is composted first. It's not raw manure. And raw manure is what you're going to have all over the land where these chickens are. And it's going to be running into other people's property. The disposal of chickens, whether by burial or garbage disposal, are also posing environmental conundrums for the city. The expense. Chickens are not cheap. If I took a look at what it cost, I went to both Agway and to Tractor Supply. And if I looked at the expense of raising chickens, and you're looking at 12 chickens, which are going to produce between 4 to 6 dozen eggs per week, or 16 chickens will produce 5 to 8 dozen eggs per week. What are people going to do with that many eggs? You're telling people that they can't sell them, but certainly they're not going to be eating all of those. So you've already heard the zoning commission, Sean Harity, talk about some of the abuses that he's seen where people are selling chickens on the street, they're selling the eggs, they're slaughtering chickens in their backyard. These are things that once this regulation passes, you're going to have more abuses. You allow poultry, you're going to start having every kind of bird imaginable on people's property because people will not, they're going to stretch it just like they're doing now. They know regulations are 5 acres, but they're all stretching the rules because one person does it, they're all going to do it. So then you're going to have issues of compliance. Abandoned chickens. It's fair to say that some people are going to be raising chickens and have a change of heart. Animal shelters are not equipped to take care of chickens. So the question is, what happens with them? So I would urge the council to take serious consideration of people's quality of life in Danbury. When we first moved here, we loved the area because of the tranquility. We live very close to Candlewood Lake. I could see it from my backyard. I'm not on the lake directly, but I can see it. And it was very peaceful, very quiet, wooded. Now I hear chickens all the time. Not so peaceful, not so happy. So I would urge the council to take into consideration the many people that live in Danbury who don't really have a desire to have these animals in their backyard. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Val at this time? Commission members? Thank you. And we did receive your documents. They were made of public record, Ms. Val.
Yes, and I just want to comment that within my document, there are scientific references. I've heard a lot of opinions tonight.
I saw.
Very emotional ones, but there are scientific documents to back up some of the claims that I've put in there, my letter. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Those are public record.
Thank you.
Part of this record as well. Thank you. In opposition, Councilman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me one
Commissioner,
second. Ms. Val, can you lower your hand, please? There you go. Councilman Perkins, where did you go? I just lost you.
I'm right here.
There you go. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Dwayne Perkins, 22 Main Street. I too am a member of the Danbury City Council. This is for Attorney Marcus real quick. I live on Main Street, and at our complex, we do regulate the number of dogs, the size of the dogs, and in some cases, even the type of the dog. Mr. Chairman, you know that whenever there is a land use matter, especially one of this magnitude, you'll see me, myself, and a couple of my other colleagues on making sure that we are able to voice our opinions. And since this one involves changing zoning regulations of RA 80, 40, 20, and 8, it's a great concern of mine. I just looked back through some of my City Hall emails, and I first came in contact with Mr. Gomez back in 2022. I believe it was for a noise complaint. One speaker just mentioned earlier that noise decibels sometimes reach 48, 70, and I think she said 128 or 140 for chickens, dogs, and lawnmowers respectively. Mr. Chairman, it's not so much about the decibels, it's more about the time of the day and also the duration of the noise. People work hard in Danbury, and they aren't so happy to be woken up in the morning by the sound of roosters and other poultry type animals. So that's the problem. And it's even more pronounced in those RA 20 and RA 8 zones where the density is greater. Mr. Gomez and I exchanged some emails, and at some point we had a phone conversation. Actually, we had a couple of phone conversations. And, in the first 10 minutes, I could tell that, he was a good guy, super smart, and loves his family, just like most other people. And during a little exchange, we talked about chickens, and I mentioned to him that you don't need roosters to have eggs, and he said, yeah, but you do need roosters to have more chickens. I said, okay, well, that's true. And the language discussed and evolved more about the language of the original ordinance that we have in our books, and that was part of his concern that he thought it might need to be reworked. And you have heard some of that here this evening. During there was a March 23 email that seemed like the matter had been resolved, but obviously it was not, because Attorney Marcus shows up and here we are. I've been serving this community for quite some time, and outside of the Gomez family approaching me for the allowance of chickens, rhetorically speaking, guess how many residents have approached me? Otherwise, zero. It hasn't happened. So I'm not going to focus any of my conversations tonight on, disease transmission, waste storage, phosphate and salt runoff into water courses, because I'm sure people are all queued up to do that. I just want to get into a couple of questions for the commission, Mr. Chairman. Let's just say that I want to have 12 ostriches. Just as residents of the city of Danbury are required to register dogs, for example, each year, and we haven't figured out this yet, but I would like to know what the amount of my annual registration fee would be per ostrich. Second, there's a growing amount of, well, there will be a growing amount of downward pressure on the unit to address overcrowding in housing units and other quality of life issues. So question number 2 is, who will be tasked, which departments will keep compliance on the number of poultry owned and the address of each location throughout the city? The third action would be, question would be, what action would the city take for compliance that we cannot take in the RA 80 zone? Would it be more prudent just to enforce our existing regulations? Maybe as part of this process, Mr. Chairman, we can have some type of self-reporting prior to any implementation, because we really need to get a handle on this. The more I hear on this call, the more I'm learning that people have chickens like all over the place. So it's important for us to try to get a handle on existing coops. I've heard already, but I just wanted to understand the genesis of this sweeping city-wide change, why we're actually halfway turning the city upside down to implement a chicken petition. And I'll close this down in a second, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the explanation on why we were allowing non-Danburyans to speak at this meeting. And they weren't exactly called as expert witnesses, but since you explained that, I do appreciate the explanation. So finally, I always follow my political blueprint when it comes to decision-making, and everything is typically based on benevolence, trying to do the most amount of good for the most amount of people. But right now, I am in alignment with the opinion of the acting planning director, the director of Health and Human Services, and that negative recommendation from the Planning Commission. I don't believe that this proliferation is good for an urban environment like Danbury. It may even be harmful, and I use that word sparingly, but I do believe it will affect the quality of life for many residents of the city of Danbury. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I can't support this petition as it is written. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Perkins. Commission members, any questions of Councilman Perkins? Commission members, please pay particular attention to Councilman Perkins' last statement when he said, and he gave his opinion on it, and he said, as written. This isn't about the Gomez family. They're wonderful people. We've heard about that from a lot of people. This is about 25,000 parcels in Danbury. It's not site specific. So Councilman Perkins was correct in his assessment of this petition and what it involves. I see Councilman Chianese. Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Turn on my video camera. Again, good evening, everyone.
We got
Thank
you. There you go.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
staying up. I'm going to take a little different approach. My name is Benjamin Chianese, 5 Briar Ridge Road, and I'm also on the city council. As the chairman sleeps with his zoning regulations by his bed, so he's familiar with it. I kind of do that with the City of Danbury Code of Ordinances, which I have in front of me, and I'll just show my book of ordinances. And for people who may not know, on Chapter 16, Article 2 of our city ordinances, yes, we do mention chickens, believe it or not. Article 2 basically says is the unhealthful or insanitary conditions, Article 2. And there's a lot of code sections. I'm just going to refer to 2 code sections. Code section 16-19, and it basically says deposit and accumulation of filth, offensive privies, garbage boxes, standing, parking of garbage and septic waste trucks, and exemptions. Now, I'm just going to read a little bit of the 16-A, and it basically says, now, and I'm trying to get this official answer, but a city ordinance trumps zoning regulations. So I'm going to get the official thing from Corporation Council because they haven't gotten back to me yet, but it's my understanding that a city ordinance will trump a zoning reg as it's currently written. So 16-19A says, no person shall cause or permit the accumulation or deposit in any building, outhouse, yard, or enclosure of any dung, filth, manure, offal, wash, or dirty, or brine, which shall become offensive to anyone, or set up or continue any privy in such place or manner that the same shall become unwholesome or offensive to anyone. And that's important to say, it's to anyone, or make or maintain any deposit or accumulation of manure, garbage, decaying. So it does mention the word manure. No accumulation of manure shall be permitted. It also mentions a 40 feet distance from any street line or any dwelling or public building. So, which again, this ordinance, the zoning ordinance says 20 feet. The city ordinance says 40 feet. So that's a disconnect between an ordinance of the zoning reg. The other thing, which is highly important, is code section 16-20 of the city ordinances. And it clearly says location of animal pens. And it says no person shall keep any animal or fowl in any pen, sty, or other place in such a manner that said place shall become unwholesome or offensive to any person. So if Sean Harity is still on the call this evening, I guess he'll be doing a visit to Agway, because that would be in violation of this ordinance, just by those words alone. So unwholesome or offensive to anyone. The second part of that section says, nor keep or maintain any hen house within 40 feet of the street line or any dwelling house or public building. So that would mean your hen house would have to be 40 feet from the street line or 40 feet from any dwelling house or public building. Hence, the ordinance that Mr. Marcus has presented this evening has 20 feet. So you can see that this is a disconnect between the city ordinance and zoning regulations that needs to be clarified before you can even if you pass this, the zoning ordinance will make it illegal to have anything less than 40 feet. So that's important at least to disclose this evening, so you'll at least know that. But again, as I'm going to state that ordinance was written in 1925. And things has changed since 1925. Since like the ordinances that requires 5 acres, things change over time. And like Councilman Perkins says, I do object to the current regulation as it is written today. I don't think it meets the public safety requirements that the city ordinances tries to do. And I think the zoning regs also have to try to maintain. Would I be willing to look at this in more detail? Yes. Would I be willing to change the city ordinance to comply with the zoning ordinance? Yes. I think we need to start working together to see we can come up with an ordinance that could possibly address the concerns of our citizens so we can all live a proper quality of life. Like Councilman Perkins, I too was addressed by a constituent regarding chickens. That was back in 2019. And since 2019, I haven't been researching chicken ordinances, as some of the people in the planning department and zoning department probably got some of my draft ordinances, which I kind of submitted no more than 2 weeks ago, regarding a way that could be an in-between of having chickens that are safe, no roosters, of course, that are safe, and it complies with a lot of other towns around us. So I am willing to look at this in more detail to comply, but currently as it stands right now, Article 16-19 and Section 16-20 basically kind of puts a damper in the ordinances that are currently being submitted. Because even though this is passed, any person who thinks it's unwholesome, it'll be against the city ordinances. So I just wanted to present that this evening, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commission members, any questions of Councilman Chianese? Thank you. And so we may have more hands, but I see two more. So we'll go to Roland and Jean Sorensen, and then I see Lorraine Cedar after that. Roland and Jean Sorensen, are you there?
Yes.
There you go. Okay, great. Do you have the floor? Just give us your name and address.
Sure will. Evidently, okay. Roland Sorensen, 10 Worcester Heights, Danbury.
Thank you.
Evidently, I misunderstood when you called our names the first time.
That's all right.
To stay there, and seems like we got passed over.
Okay, go ahead.
We were late joining because we were involved in a previous Zoom meeting of our own. Just a few observations. It's been very interesting to hear all the people, and I did not hear the beginning of the meeting because I joined after 9:45, but clearly there are a lot of people. There were 4 screens when we came on who were very interested in this topic. And last Saturday, first of all, I did sign a petition weeks ago about it. When it was presented to me, I thought, boy, that's a bizarre thing. This is a city, an urban city. Why would you want to have chickens? At any rate, last Saturday, just around dusk time, I was driving in Danbury, in the city, and I was trying to avoid the road on Main Street, so I veered off and took State Street, which I never take because I don't like the elevation of it. But I took State Street, and as I was approaching just before the upgrade, I saw a plastic bag blow in front of me. But it wasn't a plastic bag. It was a chicken. And that reminded me of 2014 when my wife and I were celebrating an anniversary in Hawaii. For those of you who haven't been there, there was some kind of a storm that happened years ago, and the chickens now rule. You are not allowed to kill them, can't capture them. They're everywhere. And it's interesting that that's never shown in any of the advertisements for the trips. We took a cruise, but we got to see some of the islands. But the main island, chickens are everywhere. Again, I've learned a lot listening tonight. I can only assume that what has been said is truthful. I'm a retired school teacher, public school teacher, we both are. And I keep thinking about what I've been hearing a little bit from the in favor side and some for the opposed side. and I am opposed. And I keep thinking two words: common sense. If you just exercise common sense, look at all the strange circumstances and situations this nation has allowed itself to fall into by not exercising common sense. I'm retired 12 years now, and it would have really hurt me. I've actually jokingly said to people who know that I was a teacher, and I've said to them, if I was still teaching, they probably would have arrested me, because some of the things that are being done to our children are a crime and a sin. And it's because of a lack of common sense. So many of the problems we have in this country are due to a lack of common sense. So I'm a city boy. I was born in Philadelphia, and I've lived in a lot of big cities: Jackson, Mississippi, New York City, the Bronx, White Plains, Danbury. I came to Danbury in 1966 as a college student. And West Danbury State Teachers College did not have dormitories for men. They had burned it down. So we had off-campus approved housing, which meant that a bunch of guys would go and rent from people who owned property and were willing to sublet their rooms to male college students. Well, I was on Rowan Street with 6 other guys, and we were next to a church. Anybody who knows Rowan Street, you probably are familiar with the church. But in 1966, we were awakened every morning by a rooster. So it was good, it was bad. We didn't miss many classes because of it, but I thought it was interesting. Again, White Plains, big city compared to Danbury at that time. I never heard about chickens, but of course, things change. So I keep coming back to this idea of common sense. My wife and I were finally able to, in a position after we married, to get a home. And we had looked in Danbury for buying a house, and we could not afford the prices. And that was back in the middle 1970s. We were taken into Milford and Brookfield. And I said, no, this is too much country for me. So we went back to to Danbury, where we suddenly discovered a piece of land. And we were able to buy it and build on it. And I could still remember that, looking at the documents for that piece of land where we still live, it's pets, the dogs are to be kept on a leash. And I could tell you that that was quite a surprise, because our 0.9 acre lot was the last undeveloped lot on Worcester Heights. And so it had become the go-to location for the neighborhood animals. We have not had a pet. We don't intend to have one, but we had lots of pet droppings. It took years to communicate to our neighbors that there is a leash law, not law, but there is a leash regulation in this zoning area. I can't imagine if people have chickens. Now, the Canadian geese, that's another whole thing. At least they don't seem to make noise unless they're flying. But so I was just thinking to myself, what is being presented? And I've heard a couple of people talking about, you're an American citizen, you can do what you want to do. No, you, as an American citizen, you have the freedom to do what's right. Sometimes that's misunderstood. Okay, that's why you can't jump up in a theater with a lot of people and yell fire. Of course, you can shoot somebody, but the point is, common sense still needs to be exercised. And so I would implore the members of the council, I don't even know if you're voting tonight or what's going to happen. Obviously, it must be. Why else would this meeting still be going on? But so in other words, I could petition. I've been living here. We built in 1974. So 75, excuse me. And we've been in this one place all these years. I could now petition to bring in a pig because I love my pork chops and my bacon. And I could bring in a cow because I love my steaks. And I could bring in, do a little shrimp, whatever you call it, in the backyard also. And my 0.9 acre, because I'm an American and I can do what I want to do. No, I can't. And if there are ordinances and zoning regulations that say I can, let's change those. It's time that Americans start thinking, I didn't say stinking, thinking about common sense. It's not an unusual thing. But, and so for that, you know, sometimes, you know, it reminds me of a verse that I was looking for. All things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful to me, but I will not be brought under the power of any. So, yeah, in the United States, you can do a lot of things, but it's with the understanding, what about your neighbor? Now, it would be one thing if the person, and I don't know who Gomez is. I mean, I see a Gomez name. I don't know if this is the person in Targeted or whatever, but I'm just thinking, okay, if I moved here without a pet and we built here without a pet, and then I did decide, okay, I'm going to bring in a pig. I'm going to bring in a cow. I'm going to start a shrimp, whatever, because I like those things to eat. And I want the city to change the zoning so that I can have what I want. It just doesn't make common sense. And that's pretty much what my observations are. And it's wonderful that everybody who can go on the internet and find all these things, because you have to understand the internet doesn't always give the truth. It gives facts which may or may not be truthful. But I would trust that you would exercise common sense. And, you know, we've had enough difficulties with people thinking about the minority report, the majority report. Get some dictionaries and look those words up and really spend some time with them. Because in the long run, when you exercise common sense, you're going to help a whole lot more people than you hurt. And I've really enjoyed this. It's been eye-opening. But I'm sitting back thinking, chickens? Chickens? We're here 11:48 about chickens? When people who are trying to become leaders of the country are being shot at. And those who go to watch them speak are being killed. So let's exercise some common sense. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Let me ask the commission if they have any questions of you. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Sorensen at this time? Commission members. Mr. Sorensen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
By the way, 11:48 sometimes isn't really that late for us. We've done the 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning thing too. I see a hand of Lorraine Cedar.
Thank you, Chairman Haddad. How are you?
Hi, Ms. Cedar. Just give us your name and address, but we saw all of the documents that you also submitted. I don't know if you're going to go over each one individually or summarize.
No, not
Okay.
at this late hour. I'm trying to condense it. It is condensed, my presentation.
That's fine. Now, I don't want to restrict anybody from speaking. Don't get me wrong.
That's fine.
I just want to let you know that your documents are already submitted.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Haddad and zoning commission members. Lorraine Cedar, 224 Great Plain Road. I'm a Connecticut real estate agent for over 40 years and have lived in Great Plain watershed of Candlewood Lake since 1988. Many Danbury residents and I stand in strong opposition to this petition, poultry as household pets. I have submitted 295 signatures against this application. The current Danbury zoning regulations state that the minimum lot size should be 5 acres. We do have regulations. How did one cease and desist order become a citywide issue to add poultry as household pets? My father was attacked by a rooster as a child. He almost lost his eye and had a permanent scar. Poultry are not household pets. Connecticut statutes backs that up. It says poultry are considered livestock. I won't read the definition of poultry because already acting planning director Jen already did that. I deeply care and a concern for all property owners, how this petition affects the quality of life in Danbury. The petition states a quarter acre and half acre lots have 12 chickens and 1 and 2 acres have 16. Stormwater runoff with increased nutrient levels would negatively impact Candlewood Lake water quality. It's environmental assets that are critical to health and safety of this lake's watershed and all of its inhabitants. In response to the letters received in favor, all the letters say that these are fine people. However, it's not about people. It's not about pets. It's about the issue that poultry don't belong on every single residential property in Danbury. I am personally aware of one chicken coop in my neighborhood, and it's directly near a stream that runs into Candlewood. About 2 years ago, my neighbors and I were woken up every morning at 4 a.m. by a rooster until the Office of Neighborhood Services was contacted and the rooster was removed. However, the chickens are still there, and now there's rabbits too. The clucking noises cause dogs to bark anytime and is a nuisance. Poultry manure is a yellow pastry matter high in uric acid and has a very strong odor. It attracts flies and gives off ammonia gas. Poultry manure has the highest amount of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium of any animal. One chicken produces 8 to 12 pounds of manure monthly. Chickens will produce a quarter of a pound manure a day. I know that in the earlier presentation it was less, but I guess we need to check our sources. 1 cubic foot of manure is produced every 6 months. 12 chickens would produce 132 pounds of manure. 16 chickens would produce 176 pounds per month. Can you imagine this much manure from one chicken next door to your property, and let alone 12 or 16 chickens? Well water can be contaminated if the chicken coop is not located at least 100 feet from a well. Where will it go? The stormwaters will carry poultry manure into Candlewood Lake, Kenosha Lake, and the Stillwater sheds. I submitted pictures of the Candlewood Lake watershed and the Still River in my presentation to you guys. You have that documentation. Here was it. Okay. Permanent groundwater damage can happen over a few years. How would you sell a house with contaminated water? I'd like to ask you. I don't know. The poultry feed and manure attracts rodents and causes property damage with high pest cost. Another concern tonight we heard was the bird flu, which has moved from Texas to 12 other states. It can be transmitted from pets and animals to humans. How is the city going to enforce the current regulations? Who is going to be accountable to take actions to enforce these regulations? Many of the residential properties in Candlewood Lake watershed do not have access to city water or sewers. If the residential groundwater or aquifers become polluted, there's no backup to supply clean water. Single-family residence zones occupy 72% of Danbury's land area per the POCD. Candlewood Lake occupies the most surface area in Danbury. There are special watershed protection districts set up for Lake Kenosha and the Still River, but not Candlewood Lake in Danbury. I find that hard to believe. Since January 2013, the state of Connecticut prohibits the use of phosphorus fertilizers. Chicken manure is phosphorus fertilizer and is banned in the Candlewood Lake watershed and all of Connecticut. It prohibits the use of phosphorus fertilizers and is banned throughout that area. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, DEEP, states it is the responsibility of all state of Connecticut, local towns, and lake organizations to protect our lakes and groundwater aquifers. In the 1990s, Danbury's Candlewood Lake Public Beach was closed the entire summer due to failing septics. Candlewood is the only water body assessed as fully supporting both aquatic life and recreation by Danbury's Plan of Conservation and Development. The POCD states that Danbury is to protect the water quality of all drinking water sources, including surface water quality, especially Candlewood Lake, Kenosha Lake, and the Still River watersheds, and it recommends strategies to protect them. This plan provides the foundation for policy and funding decision and informs the city's zoning regulations, which protects health, safety, and welfare of Danbury residents. I do not believe that the proposed regulations are consistent with the POCD or Connecticut General Statutes 8-3A and 8-2. Danbury zoning regulations clearly state that single-family resident districts are to protect residential areas from changes and intrusions, which may cause deterioration, to promote environmental protection, and to meet the minimum standards of health and safety by protecting against hazards and nuisances. And finally, to protect the congestion and overcrowding of land by excessive densities. After due consideration, I hope the Zoning Commission will agree that the proposal is detrimental to Candlewood Lake's watershed, its water quality, and sensitive ecosystems. In conclusion, the zoning regulations must strive to uphold Danbury's quality of life by protecting the environment, health, and safety of all Danbury residents. I strongly urge the Zoning Commission to carefully consider this petition and its long-term effects. Danbury POCD and our future depends on well-thought-out plans to ensure the preservation of the environment, our health, and safety. Danbury residents deserve to have their real estate property values, natural landscapes, views, and neighborhoods protected and preserved for future generations, with specific regard to the proposal to add section 4G6C to the Danbury zoning regulations. I'm requesting that the Danbury Zoning Commission deny this application, and if the Zoning Commission determines that it's appropriate to approve this application, that they modify the proposed regulation to prohibit poultry and livestock in the Candlewood Lake watershed. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Cedar. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Cedar at this time? Commission members, at this time, this only time. Commission members, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? I'm going to go over my pages and see if I have anybody here that's waving a hand or trying to get on. I don't see anybody on page 3, page 2. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? Not hearing or seeing, we're going to go to Attorney Marcus. Attorney Marcus, for your rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared not to give a rebuttal this evening. I've got 8 pages of notes to rebut. I don't really want to be here till 1 o'clock while I try to do that. I don't think
I wanted to.
So I'm going to request that we continue this. I'll organize my rebuttal. A lot of people have made suggestions as to editing the regulation. I'm going to take a look at that if I'm given the opportunity. So rather than make this whole evening useless, I think we ought to give us a chance to look at the notes, rebut, and at the same time, consider whether there should be any modifications. I mean, the last speaker said, well, exempt the Candlewood Lake watershed. We hadn't even thought about that, and that may be a very reasonable suggestion. The councilmen all said, you know, Ben Chanice wants to know how we justify a 20-foot side yard setback with a 40-foot setback from buildings and streets. But I can tell him, but it's gonna take me a while to put that together. I'm not prepared.
So so if we continue this public hearing for you to get your rebuttal in order, generally the way we run is you rebut, then we have final rebuttal from staff.
That's correct.
If you're going to be making, what we should do is, what we have done is to continue specifically for a purpose. The purpose could be for your rebuttal and for Ms. Eminger's rebuttal. However, if you're going to modify the petition, then that means that there would be people that would want to speak in favor and opposed to your potential petition changes.
Mr. Chair, there's a chance that we can, in our rebuttal, suggest modifications, but the commission would have to then make those modifications. That would be part of your deliberations if you wanted to do it.
Withdraw.
So,
please turn the mics off. Everybody mute yourself, please. This is our business.
yeah, and quite honestly, I don't think it's fair to the staff to have them try to rebut me at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's not, we've been at this for 5 hours, covered a lot of ground.
I would continue for just you and staff. Let me just ask Ms. Eminger. Ms. Eminger, if we come back and Attorney Marcus makes changes to the petition, you'll certainly have the opportunity to rebut your rebuttal on what you heard tonight. You'll rebut on the fly of his changes. But regarding the public's conversation about those changes, where do we stand there?
So, Mr. Chairman, it would be the department's recommendation to not make changes on the fly, which we haven't had a chance to vet, nor have we had a chance to distribute to other departments. So it would not, it would not be my recommendation to make that type of amendment. My recommendation would be to withdraw, speak to staff as well as other departments, and come together and possibly come together with a petition that addresses all of the concerns that were raised by the public tonight, raised by the Department of Health, raised by the zoning enforcement officer and myself. That would be my suggestion.
That's my preference, in my opinion, would be ideal. I don't think that that's where the petitioner didn't suggest that, and I don't know if that's where he wants to go. That clearly is ideal, in my opinion, to be able to take everything that's been discussed, both pro and con, not only from the public pro and con, but input from the commission members, and to have a meeting of the minds, if they can, between the petitioner and the staff to come back with something clean and fresh again. I don't know if Attorney Marcus is interested in that.
I might, if I can speak for a second, I'm not opposed to that, but I can't do it at 12 o'clock tonight. I mean, I think the answer is that we have to digest the comments from the public, and we've seen the comments from the staff, and then we have to determine whether we want to just rebut, close, and let the hearing be decided. Ultimately, maybe a court review the whole thing. Who knows? But I'm thinking that the other option is, as Jennifer has suggested, we might look at this and say, accomplishing these are not that difficult to do. why don't we just withdraw this and submit something that accomplishes it? I just can't tell you
Okay.
quite honestly now without having the opportunity to digest all of these. And I think, by the way, it's not fair to the public. It's been here till 12 o'clock at night. If I'm going to say, well, I'm just going to.
No, my
yeah.
comments were
Yeah.
speaking, my comments were speaking to be fair to the public, so
Yeah.
that they have an opportunity to be able to speak both pro and con
Yes.
as to what you develop. That's what I'm saying. If we
That's correct.
close this if we keep this public hearing open only for your rebuttal and staff's rebuttal, that's shutting the public out from being able to speak to your rebuttals.
I don't think you should. I think you should just continue the public hearing as they normally are. We'll rebut, and the staff will rebut. And if it's appropriate for the public to comment on it, that would be the normal course. But I just think that at this time, it does a disservice to everybody who's got an interest to try to take this on for another hour or two. We've been here for 5 hours.
No, I understand, Attorney
Yeah.
Marcus, but
Yeah.
we have to
Yeah.
we have to do one of three things tonight. Close the public hearing, keep the public hearing open, or keep the public hearing open for a specific reason. And I don't think we can keep it open specifically for rebuttal. I think we've
No.
got to keep it open.
I agree. I think it's just keep it open, and we'll see if it requires more public, because there's a chance that what Jennifer's just suggested will resolve it. I mean, think about it. Tonight, the first matter of business was a withdrawal of a hearing, which was the proper resolution of a matter that was not going to achieve the purposes of the applicant in that matter. So it may be the same here. I can't predict. I'm just saying that it makes sense to me to continue it, and we'll figure out where the cards.
I see hands raised. I'm sorry, we can't. It's this stage of the game. It's just not. We can't allow any other comment at this point. But I would then, and I'm sorry for those that have their hands raised. Deeply I am. But as I explained earlier before, the reason why we let people from out of state speak is because we want everyone to speak. So I want to make sure that everybody here tonight gets another chance to speak to anything fresh and new that you come up with, or a meeting of the minds between you and the staff. So if you're not going to be, and I'm going to reserve staff's right to rebut, then I would look for a motion from one of the commission members to continue this public hearing now. So do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Eminger.
I'm sorry, and I don't want to belabor this meeting because I want to go to bed like everybody else, but I do want to say one thing, because it's been bothering me and I don't remember what point the gentleman said it, and I think he was one of the out-of-state people who felt the need to attack our director of health and her integrity. I feel the need to respond to that on her behalf. And I think, this is to remind the commission that the letter from the health director, Carvalho, her letter, she's a qualified expert. She has a master's in public health. She is our expert. Mm-hmm. So to have a gentleman insult her and suggest that she's not doing her job, she's not doing her research, is highly inappropriate. She is our expert. She's provided her expert opinion based on the petition submitted as written and her experiences within the city of Danbury, the health department as health director, and her experiences with the state of Connecticut Health Department. Her credentials and her intent should not be criticized. And I just wanted to get that on the record, just because she took time to come tonight and she's not able to defend herself.
Thank you. I was going to.
Bravo.
After Attorney Marcus's comment between his rebuttal and yours, I was going to sneak that in, not as well as you had mentioned it, but I was going to comment on that as well. I almost did as they were speaking. And thank you for saying.
If I may, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
I join in the comments made by Jen Eminger. The applicant has not attacked the credentials nor the qualifications of
Correct.
We do disagree with some of her findings, but that's the nature of this business. And
right.
It's fine. I
Correct.
agree that some of the public comments were less than, were inappropriate, quite honestly.
It's
And
it's an emotional topic. It's okay.
I agree.
Commissioner Botello,
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to continue this hearing as per requested by the petitioner to be heard and kept open until the next meeting, which is dated what?
August 13th, 2024, 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Commission members, there a second? We have a motion.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Nejam. Any discussion? All those in favor of continuing this public hearing signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? I do not see any hands or hear anything, any opposition. So unanimously, this public hearing is continued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commission
Thank you.
members, stay there. We got a bunch of stuff left still.
Oh, please.
I'll go quick.
It's after midnight, a bunch of stuff. Good night. Thank you.
We got to do it. We have nothing under continuation public hearing, nothing. We have nothing under old business discussion and possible action. Under new business, we have a petition of Luis Mateo Mika Restaurant, 86-90 White Street, I-13053 and I-13054 for special permit for restaurant liquor in CBD zone. Public hearing scheduled for September 10th, 2024. Under correspondence, we have nothing. Under for reference only, a petition of J.M. Zell Partners, LLC, Danbury P. LLC to amend section 7C3A1E and add section 7C3A4 of the zoning regulations, in parentheses, limit the prohibition on auto repair for a previously approved site located within the public watershed supply watershed district. The public hearing is scheduled for August 27th, 2024. Are there any other matters? Are there any other matters? Are there any other matters? I will now ask if someone wants to make a motion to adjourn at 12. Let me ask Ms. Reed, Ms. Eminger, did I forget anything?
No, you did not.
Thank you. Thank you all. Who wants to make a motion to adjourn? We're going to give that to,
So
we're gonna
moved.
give that to Commissioner James makes a motion to adjourn, and we're going to let Commissioner, who's going to second that? Commissioner Nazario, second. Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. This meeting is adjourned at 12:12. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Okay, Jennifer and Sean, you do not have to be at the office tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
So much for the meeting I have at 9 o'clock.
I gotta wake up at 5.
Thank you,
What's
Sean.
going on?
Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, everyone.
Take care.
Thank you, everyone. that
Good
came.
night.
Good night, everyone.
Appreciate it all.
Good night.
Good night.